Good morning and welcome to BlueInvest Day 2021. My name is Daniela Sedola. I'm the project director for BlueInvest from PwC. We're happy to have you with us today. You're going to be hearing from inspiring entrepreneurs, game changers, and policymakers today, where we are showing new sustainable innovation in the blue economy. I have also the pleasure to start the day with 3 policy leaders that are demonstrating the European Union's commitment to a sustainable blue economy and the EU Green Deal. I have Commissioner Virginijus Sinkevicius from Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, Alain Godard from the European Investment Fund, and Chalina Viceva, Director General of DG Mare. To start the day, which we hope will be very engaging for you, I invite Commissioner Sinkevicius to give his opening remarks. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you very much, and of course, good morning to all of you. It's great to see so many people joining us virtually. Welcome also to Alain Godard, CEO of the European Investment Fund. They are our partners, and without them, we would not have come so far. There is always a revival of traditions around New Year, but it's great to have traditions even after holidays. Especially, I'm happy about this tradition of starting the new year with Blue Investment Day. It's a day with a positive message, showcasing some of the most brilliant companies and entrepreneurs in our sector. It's a day that brings the enormous potential of the blue economy to life to boost sustainable growth in Europe in line with the European Green Deal. And it's a day to make a significant impact by bringing companies and investors closer together. Last year, we were proud to launch the Blue Investment Fund, specifically dedicated to investments in promising blue economy SMEs and startups. A fund of funds, as we call it, worth 75 billion euro. Today, it's my great pleasure to announce that we have now finalized 3 deals with fund managers worth 50 million euros, and we are about to finalize deals for the rest of the funds. Alain will tell you more about it, and we will hear from those funds themselves later on. As I said today, it's a positive day with a positive message. And in the current context, that is a welcome relief. COVID-19 and Brexit have hurt all of us, and especially those working in the blue economy. Yet, despite those crises, the outlook for sustainable blue economy remains extremely strong, because it will play an essential role in the recovery in Europe. By the way, did you know that a blue biotech company in Italy is developing COVID-19 vaccines using algae-derived ingredients? It is a blue recovery at its best. According to our latest figures, the blue economy already employs 5 million people. By comparison, EU car manufacturing employs 3.7 million people. So it's not a small sector, and it's growing every day. The projection before the crisis was that the global blue economy was going to double by 2030. I say that was a cautious projection. With the Green Deal, we will accelerate that growth. Sustainability, the oil and gas sector, which is still the largest sector in terms of added value, I think will soon going to pass them. Renewables will take over. Plans already in place show that growth of offshore wind is enormous. We will see ships driven by batteries, hydrogen, or biofuel cargo supported by wind and solar. We will see zero-energy ports and new nature-based solutions for protecting our coasts and wildlife. And all of that will be boosted by the EU, by the 750 billion euro Next Generation EU instrument, and by our long-term budget, well over 1 trillion euro between now and 2027. But most of all, those developments will be boosted by a highly performant private sector, which sees very clearly where the EU is going, what our long-term goals are, and how they can be successfully implemented, by leading, of course, towards those goals. And while other countries are still evaluating the trade-offs between economy and environment, we are moving ahead. and consolidating our global position, because we don't accept this trade-off any longer. A trade-off is the opposite of growth. It's just exchanging one for the other. The Green Deal, on the other hand, is about real growth, economic growth, environmental growth, and social growth. By following that model, we will come out of this crisis stronger, healthier, more resilient, and more sustainable. Now, it's a fact that most of the disruptive and innovative technologies and services in the blue economy are developed not only by big companies, but also by SMEs and startups. That's where the creativity is, where the risk takers are working and dreaming big. As in life, opposites attract, make such other stronger. And this is exactly where BlueInvest operates. We unite the big and match the ideas with the power to make those ideas come true. And I believe we are doing a good job so far. More than 100 SMEs and startups have already been provided with customized investment readiness support. 90% of these said that BlueInvest has truly helped them. 15 companies in the platform have successfully managed to raise funds or have advanced discussions with investors, and more are in progress. It's an encouragement to keep going. We are also eager to continue and intensify our cooperation with the financial community. I'm truly proud that after only a few years of operation, BlueInvest has had such a good run and has established a strong brand name in the market. Because of this success, and because of the continued interest in its services, we have decided to continue its operation also beyond 2021. We want to keep developing the brand and continue providing support and visibility to sustainable and innovative blue economy ventures. This will also include a strengthening of our partnership with the European Investment Fund. I'm happy to leave the floor to Alan, who will elaborate on that. I just want to thank you all again for being so numerous here today. Enjoy the event and keep on innovating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your very inspiring speech today. I think this is also very encouraging to see so many people and participants to our day on blue economy. I think you're right to mention how it's important for us, and I would like to remind to all of us that oceans cover 72% of the surface. They constitute more than 95% of the biosphere, and they produce half of the oxygen that we breathe. So it's clearly a key issue for us and for the economy going forward. As you rightly put by Commissioner Sinkevicius, the blue economy sector employs 5 million people. In 2018, it generated more than 200 billion euro of gross value added. To support this strategic sector for the EU, the European Commission and the European Investment Fund decided to set up a BlueInvest platform for SMEs, which are key in innovation. This included a package of measures which went from coaching to grants, but it also included a 100 million liquidity package for investing into equity funds specialized entirely or mostly in the blue economy. With this liquidity, we expect more than 300 million euros for SMEs in the blue economy. How that? Because EIF, when investing €1, we mobilize additional investment from the private sector. This is our business model, and this is why it is very successful for Europe. Beyond this avalanche of figures you heard today, I strongly believe that it is you, the companies in the blue economy, from renewable energy to sustainable seafood or from biotechnology to information, who have the potential to develop solutions that will both generate returns and make the world a better place. These two considerations are now closely linked. These venture capital funds that will now have the financial means to make the necessary equity investment in the startups and the SMEs of the blue economy will practically ship the fund now to the companies. These companies will be in a position to invest, to develop their technologies, to hire people, and to further grow. These technologies that are very concrete will also translate into products and services that aim at reducing pollution and at preserving our natural and maritime resources. Leveraging on this successful initiative, we, the Commissioner and I, are already in talks to do more of the same for the Green Deal. As you can count on us at EAF, we, I'm sure, can count on you, actors of the blue economy of the sector. So thank you very much for your attention and have a great day of fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godard. Thank you, Commissioner. Really, your intervention shows the work that needs to be done. It really highlights that. We have a bit of time for questions, so I would like to pose a question for the two of you. The question is, how would you convince investors that investing in sustainability will bring rewards in the long term? So I would like to start with you, Commissioner, please, and then we go to Mr. Godard.
Thank you, Daniela, for a great question. What I love about the BlueInvest Day is actually that it combines both my previous capacity, which I served as the Minister of Economy and Innovation back in Lithuania, and today's duty, which I absolutely love, serving as a Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries. And meeting many investors, speaking with them, you know, the main thing which they were always eager to find out is actually future. And I for sure cannot predict the future. But what the Commission can offer is a solid plan, a roadmap to the future. And not only for, you know, upcoming 5 years or 10 years, but up to 2050, which path we are going to be following. And it's, of course, the European Green Deal with a huge part of the blue at its core. Most importantly, that if a year ago, when we were adopting the European Green Deal, we were sort of alone on this journey, and we received quite a number of criticism for that, especially if it's not going to hurt our economies. And I'm so happy to see today biggest economies joining our journey. But what it means for us, first of all, that we have a first mover's advantage. So I call on all the companies, look no further than sustainability. Sustainability can include quite a lot, of course, but it's clearly the path forward. The European Green Deal will be your roadmap. Most importantly, I think for us now to develop those solutions, to use that first mover's advantage, and of course, to be the leading of that transition, which we actually kickstarted.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Godard, please.
Thank you for the question, which is extremely relevant indeed. Frankly, I don't have to convince investors nowadays to invest into sustainable business. This business will be profitable in the future. And this is what we observe already as a material shift, you know, from companies in their business model. As a matter of fact, when we observe what happened over the last years, we realize that, or if you take only the utilities sector, most of the companies have been actually downgraded by rating agencies around 3 notches from their business model perspective. And this tells you a lot already about the dynamics. Actually, the companies that will not invest into sustainable business, and specifically here today in blue economy, will be out of business. And that's why they are more than encouraged to invest into these new sectors. And again, that's why I don't believe that we have a real issue of finding investors. Actually, the success of the pilot that we have conducted with the European Commission demonstrate that a lot of demand is out there for such an investment. Finally, I would just add that at the EIB group, we believe a lot, in the future of sustainable business. And that's why we have an objective by 2025 to reach 50% of our overall activity invested into climate action or environmental sustainability. And we are actually already very close to this objective, which tells you a lot about the in the market.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Godard. It's very interesting, the points you're making and the positive messages, actually, that we have. I have one more question, and this is for the benefit of our audience. This is a pressing question of our entrepreneurs and our investors. So, Commissioner Sinkevičius, for you and for this year, what type of innovation would you like to see coming up in the blue economy, and why?
I think, not only for this year, but speaking, of course, many years to come, we should look at the biggest challenges. Biggest challenges which blue economy can be solution for. First of all, of course, food sustainability. Today, food consumption is, of course, growing. And unfortunately, a lot of it produced in unsustainable manner. Blue economy can be the greatest solution for solving this puzzle. And I'm pretty sure that our innovators will shortly offer us a stunning solutions, which I already know they are in the market, but I think they can only grow, scale up, and become a norm. Secondly, we should look, of course, if we're speaking about decarbonization of our economy, into energy. Energy, especially speaking around, the coastal communities, is going to be definitely a part of a solution. And I'm not only speaking about, huge projects, but projects which can be part of it. Maybe smaller projects for also, IT companies and so on. And last but not least, of course, protection. Protection of our coastal of our coast, protection of our oceans, saving them, because we can only solve the 2050 and reach that goal by having healthy ecosystems. And we're speaking about huge projects which will take place on ocean. So we have to make sure that we don't do mistakes which we already made in the past on land. And I think, so for this reason, there is plenty of solutions to be developed for protection and saving of our oceans.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I have one more question for Mr. Godard, please. What do you feel is the way forward to mobilize private investment to accelerate green and digital transition in the blue economy?
At the public institution, the Open Investment Fund is there to address market failures. And we believed some years ago that we had indeed to play a role in the blue economy. Now, is it sufficient? And I see from your question that you expect me, to talk about additional funding that will come from the private sector. And indeed, this is basically the way, as I said earlier, the EIF is operating. We are not here to substitute the private sector. We are here to trigger, to catalyze more funding from the private sector. And that's why we can, on average, say that when EIF invests indeed €1, we trigger more than about €5 to €6 on average. And this is the way we operate on the market. And the presence of EIF is very important, because once EIF is in a position to invest into a fund, you see many more of private investors doing the same. And that's the way we bring more participants into financing. Another interesting and important consideration when it comes to venture capital is the capacity of our institution to develop, to create, first of all, and to develop what we call an ecosystem. The ecosystem is basically a community of investors, researchers, could be also students, who are participating together into doing more in a particular sector, and in this case, in the blue economy. So we've been quite, again, instrumental in doing this for other sectors in the past in Europe. And we think that here, again, we can be very impactful by bringing more participants into this key sector for the EU in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Godard. I think both of your words from both of you are very thought-provoking, and it shows that these are very exciting times, but we have a lot of work to do. We from the BlueInvest team, we believe that along with our stakeholders, our partners, our supporters, and the policymakers as well, we need to foster interaction, as you're saying. So, because the more we interact, the more we connect, the more we work together, the faster we will get there. So to mark this occasion also as one of change and opportunity, and reverting back to Commissioner's comment about creating new traditions, we would like to set today another new tradition, which is opening the floor and encouraging the most interaction and deals possible. We're trying to build deals together here in the future. So now for this, it's now my pleasure to introduce Charlina Vicheva. She's the Director General from DG Mare, to in this occasion symbolically mark an exchange of deals in the blue economy. I also would like to thank the Commissioner. We'll see him later today for the BlueInvest Awards. And thank you, Mr. Godard, for your intervention, really insightful. So Mrs. Charlina Vicheva, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. First of all, good morning to my commissioner. Good morning to Alain Godard, who is our guest today, and of course to my colleagues that have made this event possible. And it's a pleasure also to greet all the participants today. And of course, I'm extremely happy to be here today because the BlueInvest Day is the main event of this year for the investors in blue economy. And I'm really happy to be able to assist the opening of this day together with the Commissioner. I would recall that back in November, I was present also to launch the second call, the second BlueInvest call, which is supposed to bring 20 million euro to everybody that wants to invest in blue economy. And with that, we will be able to invest in up to 10 projects, which will represent good solutions for blue economy. So for those who are interested, I would like to recall that the call is still open. It will be open until the 16th of February, so please go ahead. And this money, I want to recall once again, it comes from the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund by the European Commission. So for today's day and the follow-up of this event, I hope it will initiate a number of deals, and it will really follow up into hopefully very successful solutions that will manage to help the green and digital transition, to help a blue economy take a sustainable path. So we are extremely delighted because we have more than 80 investors, and we have some very important corporations as well. We have about 500 SMEs online today, and we have also 250 public authorities, but also stakeholders, business authorities that can support this process. This is a wonderful BlueInvest community. And my hope is that with all the deals that can be forged today and afterwards, we will be able to support a number of blue solutions. So I was asked by our team, BlueInvest team, to do something symbolic today, to open the floor for exchanges, for deal making, and for that I'm going to use it's a ring or a gong, I would say in my language, probably the same in English. I know that in the maritime world, this gesture has a very big tradition, long tradition. In the financial world, it actually announces opening the floor for trading, but also it celebrates important deals. So it is really very symbolic, and I'm extremely happy to launch the exchanges today. So go ahead and forge deals.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicheva. This was really exciting, actually, and it's fun as well.
Good luck. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's really, we really want to see the beginning of as many deals as possible, starting today, but throughout the life of BlueInvest or the blue economy, in the blue economy as well. So with that, we're going to end the opening session. I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Catherine. She will be facilitating the session now with our investors. So thank you very much. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you, Daniela. And I hope the rest of you have had a very good start to the morning. That was really very inspiring. Welcome, everybody, to the Investors Panel. In this session, we will be introducing 5 new funds for the blue economy. We are honored to have with us today Chris Gorell-Barnes, founding partner of Ocean 14 Capital, Michael Kleindel, co-founder and managing partner of Blue Horizon Ventures, Joshko Bobanovic, partner of Sofinova Partners, Eric Archambault, co-founder and partner of Astonor Ventures, and John Berg, founder and partner of Sarsha Management. Each of them will present their new fund in the form of a 3-minute pitch. So Chris, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, EIF, for putting on this hugely important event and inviting us and, of course, supporting us. I guess if one good thing has come from the pandemic, it's the realization of just how vulnerable we are and how, we must do everything we can to protect biodiversity. We've been working in the oceans for over 10 years, building one of the most successful marine NGOs in the world, the Blue Marine Foundation, which has funded and facilitated the protection of nearly 5 million square kilometers of ocean and driven innovations in sustainable fisheries. It's clear, however, that if we are to solve SDG 14, we need to attract large sums of capital that will require attractive financial and impact returns. That is why we set up Ocean 14 Capital. We want Ocean 14 Capital to become the most successful impact fund in the blue economy. And we will do this by delivering excellent financial return for investors and impact returns. Not either, but both. We know the ocean, we understand the challenges, and we understand the enormous opportunity. And we have the team and network to achieve this. Because the deeper the problem, the bigger the opportunity. And there's a huge existing industry, often badly run and in need of transformation. The ocean remains a hugely underinvested economic opportunity that requires sustainable development, with over 2/3 of the ocean's direct economic value relying on its good health. Aquaculture, the fastest growing sector in the food animal industry. Seaweed will be 9 billion industry by 2030. That, coupled with the impact investing revolution that will be as disruptive as the tech revolution that preceded it, gives us the opportunity. Our mission at Ocean 14 Capital is simple: a healthy ocean for everyone through a sustainable blue economy. Ocean 14 Capital was formed to take advantage of the convergence between sustainability and financial drivers affecting the ocean business today. We believe that the best and most profitable companies will be those that are the most sustainable and purpose-driven, existing good companies in the blue economy that can become great companies with our capital and expertise, supported by new technologies and innovations. Our investment focus is very clear and aligned to SDG 14. Food security, which is sustainable aquaculture, alternatives to fish protein and sustainable fisheries, marine ecosystems, which is circular plastics and marine flora and seaweed. The impact from these investment areas will be reduce marine pollution, protect and restore ecosystems, minimize acidification and CO2, and end overfishing. The execution of our strategy is centered on our unique value, combining investment, industry, sustainability, and scientific expertise. Our mission to achieve our vision is to partner with and grow the best companies in the sustainable blue economy. We have unique access to proprietary deal flow across our thesis. We have a huge volume of exciting companies that want our checks and our brains. We're in discussions with potential impact unicorns in seaweed, alternative proteins, fisheries, aquaculture, and new plastic materials. We have a best-in-class team which complement our science and conservation expertise, experts in finance industry that have built multi-billion-dollar asset management businesses and who have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the seafood industry. We're a 150 million euro venture and private equity fund. We'll deliver in excess of 15% net IRR. The fund will have a portfolio of 20 to 25 blue economy companies. And we put our money where our mouth is, and we're tying a significant proportion of our carry to our impact. And we are well on track with our fundraising to have a 75 million euro first close in April, with a commitment from outstanding LPs, including EIF. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And that is a lot of issues, but also very exciting because it outlines the vision behind these issues and wraps them up in hopefully what will be a very good revenue generating model. Let's go to Michael. Michael?
Yeah, good morning all. Thanks for having us here. My name is Michael Kleindel. I'm the co-founder and managing partner of Blue Horizon Ventures, a venture capital fund based out of Zurich, snowy Zurich this morning. We just recently announced the final close of our first flagship fund with 183 million euros assets under management. And these assets will be dedicated to empower changes towards a more sustainable food system. The investment thesis of our fund and investments are based on the simple fact that we as mankind will and must be eating different in the future. If we continue the way we do today, or how we feed the planet today, we would need a second, most likely a third planet by 2050, due to a growing population and growing demand in animal protein. This is just not sustainable. With our investments in the fund, and we're targeting a portfolio of 25 in that fund, we have already 15 in there, we tackle three main global issues: climate change, including blue ocean, human health, and animal welfare. And we focus on the food system for a simple reason. According to the UN and many other studies out there, animal agriculture in its whole contributes to almost 37% of global emissions. Animal agriculture contributes more than all car and plane travel combined. It's a massive issue and a massive opportunity for impact. We do invest globally with a focus on Europe in promising entrepreneurs and innovations in 5 main areas: alternative proteins, so what we call plant-based, cultivated, cultured food or cell-based, synthetic biology, what the founders in that space now call designed proteins, as well as sustainable packaging, anti-plastics, and food waste. Ticket sizes from us range from as low as 300K up to 30 million euros. So there's a lot of firepower to accompany companies over their lifespan. Some of our investments include Mosameat, the global pioneer in cell-based food, the Live Kindly Collective, probably one of the world's largest and fastest growing plant-based food companies as per today, Heartbest, a raising food tech startup from Mexico, or TIPA, which is the global leader in biodegradables and compostable plastics. Timing feels right for us. The pandemic has accelerated the call for more sustainability on all levels and parts of the value chain in the food system. A big thing, recent news last week is that the Michelin Guide dedicated its first star to a vegan restaurant called Ono, close to Bordeaux. It's a little star, but I think it's a big thing if even the Michelin Guide goes plant-based. So we're happy with that. With that, I conclude. Happy to hear our colleagues.
Great, thank you, Michael. And then actually, this is also a good avenue to know that there will be more and more interesting food on the menu coming up with you on the plate. Josko, tell us more.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak today to such a great audience as announced initially. So 20 years ago, I was an aspiring ocean scientist who developed a model to forecast coastal flooding and storm surges along the Atlantic coast of Canada. It was January like today, and a huge snowstorm moved through the region, and my model predicted 2 meters excess sea level. Clearly, a lot of flooding was going to occur. Alerts went out, and where possible, the damage was avoided. But I was left staring at my screen where the forecast exactly matched the measured sea levels and wondering, I've shown I can predict the future of the nature, but should I be trying to change it somehow and prevent these disasters in the future? Fast forward to today. I'm a partner with Sofinova Partners Industrial Biotechnology Practice that is leveraging the recent advances in biotechnology to deliver sustainable solutions in food, agriculture, chemicals, and materials markets. Sofinova is an almost 50-year-old investment group, always anticipating the next trend. With strong life science experience, we launched our industrial biotechnology practice more than 10 years ago, and have to date invested in 18 companies, taking 2 public along the way. Our team and our network prides itself in the ability to understand deep tech innovation, recognize its potential, identify unique entrepreneurs, and help them make that trip from unique science to a successful business. Over the years, we have worked closely with the EIF, EIB, and the European Commission on these topics and have contributed to numerous initiatives. Many of the companies we invest in are part of the blue economy ecosystem, but in different ways. So let me give you some examples. Biotalis, a Belgian company, produces a suite of agricultural biocontrol products that are specific, targeted, and entirely biodegradable. When you think about the amount of discharge of pollutants from agriculture, and Michael talked about that a little bit, for river runoff and the impact on coastal environments, the benefits are clear. Avantium is a Dutch company, produces a plastic entirely made from plant material with great performances in packaging that also degrades over time in the environment. This makes a direct positive impact on plastic pollution in the ocean and hopefully one day eliminates the Great Pacific Plastic Gyre. Finally, a bit easier to picture, Microfit, a French company, uses algae as their workhorse organism to develop healthy ingredients from a proprietary collection of exotic algae. Last but not least, all of our companies directly positively contribute to the elements affecting climate change, like different emissions, for example, that while initially impacting only the atmosphere, over time, through ocean-atmosphere coupling, ultimately determine the trajectory of our climate in the future. And we are extremely proud of that contribution. We look forward to the opportunity to work with all the stakeholders to contribute to a stronger, more resilient and sustainable blue economy in Europe and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Josko. Eric, let's hear from you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm not going to repeat what everyone said about the opportunity and the importance of changing the system. But I wanted to start with our tagline at Astana Venture. It's where tech meets nature. And I think it really illustrates our mission and investment focus. So we're an impact investor. We back technology entrepreneurs in Europe and beyond with very ambitious, scalable plans to create systemic change. This is a very important point in the entire supply chain of agriculture and food. So we don't believe that you can only attack one point or the other. It's a very interlocked system. So it requires to address the entire supply chain. And our goal is really to restore balance and sustainability in the environment and the oceans. And in other words, we are trying to help regenerate nature, which is very important. So for that, we recently announced the final closing of our new fund, our first institutional fund at 265 million euros. So it's a lot of money that we're putting to play. We invest typically from 1 million at the lower part to 20, 25 million at the maximum. Although we can also call on some of our LPs or investors to come with us and add to this firepower. A lot of the focus in the past few years and that gave birth to the EU Green Deal has really been on the soil and on the agriculture. And as Michael and others said before, it's a very important area because it really is the main culprit of a lot of the greenhouse gas emissions and pollution and runoffs in the oceans also. But we believe that with technological solutions such as the one that we are backing for the new agricultural system, the farmers can become the heroes tackling climate change in ways that will pay dividends in the next 10 years. So going from villains to heroes is a very important thing that we're trying to help farmers go into. But equally important are the oceans. It's the most vital component of our planet health. The oceans are responsible for half of the world's oxygen production, and they absorb about 50 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere. Yet, with overfishing, plastic pollution, and very importantly, the degradation of the seabed, we are choking this key resource for life. So what motivates us at Astanor regarding the blue economy is to find tech-led solutions that very ambitious entrepreneurs are developing today to address this ocean degradation problem. So I want to highlight two of our early investments in this sector today. One is Insect. Insect is a French company that we have been backing for the past couple of years, and they have developed both the scientific and the industrial know-how to farm very large quantities of mealworms, which is a beetle that grows out of, it's a vegan beetles that offer the characteristics of having very nourishing larvae that can be used as a substitute for the aquaculture industry for animal feed. So instead of using a lot of these very small fish that are being extracted from the ocean today to feed the farmed animals, we substitute those little mealworms, and that prevents the extraction of a lot of these little fish. With just the first plant that Insect is finishing right now in the north of France, they will be sparing over 1.2 billion anchovies annually. That's a lot of little fish that will stay in the ocean and will contribute to a healthier ecosystem. The other company, Notpla, is a London-based company started by two bright entrepreneurs from France and Spain, and they have developed a very innovative technology and the industrial process that goes with it to transform seaweed into transparent and waterproof film that can replace very sustainably single-use food wrapping and also the liner that goes into the carton plastic that you have when you order food from to go. So Notpla will cut down over time a lot of the plastic waste that pollutes the ocean. So these are two examples of things that are not directly in the ocean, but will have a big impact on the health of the oceans.
Great. Thank you so much, Eric. And so without further ado, John, floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for the introduction and the invitation to speak at this great event. Sarsia is an early-stage venture fund manager based in Bergen on the west coast of Norway. Since startup in 2007, we've had 2 funds under management with a total of 100 million euros in capital. The funds are focused on technology companies, and 75% of the portfolio is from universities and research institutes. Our first fund is one of the top-performing venture funds in Scandinavia over the last 20 years. We mobilized co-investors for more than 300 million euros in the companies, and more than 1.5 billion euros have been created in shareholder value in this portfolio since our entry. Our second fund is now at the end of its investment period, and we have 34 companies in both funds. Bergen on the west coast of Norway is a stronghold in research and industry relating to the blue economy, We're now establishing a third fund with this focus, and the fund would be in the order of 50 million euros with support from the European Investment Fund and will be operational this year. The challenge that we are attacking is the large amount of high-quality research with significant commercial potential in the blue economy, which is not being exploited. Western Norway is also an energy transition frontrunner. In December last year, 75% of new car sales was pure electric. We had the first electric car ferry in 2015, and now we have 70 ferries with large batteries in our fjords. And last week, the Prime Minister of Norway announced the 4th pilot project on hydrogen as an energy carrier in the marine transport. All of these involved innovation at the large scale, but for venture capital funds, small innovations in the surrounding supply chain are also interesting investment objects. However, we see some clear gaps in the value chain, and startup investment in the US is more than 3 times the level in Europe. There are few experienced institutional investors in the technology segment, and especially in the early stages. Sarsia is particularly looking for companies and technologies within the marine, fish farming, shipping, energy, renewable, and bio industries. We like companies with a combination of hardware and software. We like companies with recurring revenue business models. And we like companies that could really make a difference in terms of environmental footprint. But necessary ingredients are also strong IP, a large commercial potential, and a fit with existing or future industries. But most important for us is the people. We're always looking for motivated and ambitious people with some degree of coachability. Over the next 5 years, we're looking for 20 to 25 innovative companies related to the blue economy. We aim for initial tickets in the order of 500,000 euros with up to 3 million in total over the investment lifetime. We're looking for contact with research or technology-based companies across Europe within our strategy. We would also prefer to make investments together with other local institutional investors with aligned incentives and complementary skills. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John. And that is actually a very good segue. I have very little time to ask you questions, but I know that this audience is burning up with them. We have about over 1,200 people have registered in the platform for the event. And as from the opening session, we had more than 500 of them are tuned in right now. So I want to do a quick round of questions for all of you. What is the first thing you look for when someone sends you a pitch deck? John, let's start with you.
Well, what we're looking for is always at the core of this is the technology and where it comes from. We are primarily a technology investor and are looking for game-changing technology, and preferably coming from research institutions, etc. So that there is some kind of deep innovation and a high innovation level is the first thing that we always look for, because we believe that these could be good investments after a while. Yeah.
Eric, what about yourself?
Well, we tend to pick up the investments after John, probably, and so we'll be looking for execution power, execution capabilities. So that means we're going to be looking at the team. And we pride ourselves for being able to help founders, ambitious founders, to grow the team, hire people that can help them do that. But for us, the team will be the most important part.
Joshko, what about yourself?
So we look for people that have the ambition to change the world. And we are happy to align with them to help them get there. So for us, it's about identifying entrepreneurs that not only have unique technologies in growing markets, but that have the ambition to conquer the world with the technology that they have.
Great, thank you. Michael, what about you?
Yeah, in venture, obviously, it is about the people, but I would add that when we receive a deck, we'll really look at the pain point the founding team or the founders is trying to solve, and how long-term defendable the solution to that pain point is.
Great, the challenge. What about you, Chris?
Well, our investment strategy is split between growth, so existing companies, and then late-stage venture, which are new companies. With the existing companies, we look for companies that are de-risked, that are successful and making money, where we can actually help them improve their sustainability gains by them signing up to our impact action plan, which is to improve the sustainability that they have on the ocean, and how we can help them with our knowledge of the industry, improve and grow their businesses to go from good businesses to great businesses. With the venture side, we look at great founders that have innovative technologies that we can actually plug in to the existing growth companies that we're investing in, so that we can create these platforms and scale these platforms to transform the health of the ocean and build very, very exciting businesses.
Okay, I want to direct this next question to Josko. What is one training you wish companies had, what they need in order to be investment ready?
Storytelling.
Storytelling, very good and very succinct. Eric, other than funding, what do you see is necessary in the blue economy to allow sustainable technologies to flourish?
There's quite a few things that need to happen. I think what the EU has been doing with this, the recent Green Deal and the farm to fork policies is really a great step forward to provide a regulatory framework that is very conducive for small companies to flourish in this sector. So I think in the EU we are ahead of the rest of the world in that point.
That's great. Now, Chris, what will it take for sustainability to be the new normal for us?
I think we're seeing the shift in consumer demand. They're wanting sustainable companies. They want sustainable products. We're seeing government regulation that is changing rules in fisheries and supply chains. So I think we've got this convergence of drivers where citizens and consumers demand sustainable products. Governments are going to start regulating industries and improving them. And we're going to realize that the companies that are the most profitable and the most successful are those that are purpose-driven and driving sustainability gains.
Definitely. Michael, what additional features or support would you like to see BlueInvest provide? You were with us last year, so what do you think?
Yes. I would maybe say two things. One is a small thing, which is probably data around the sector that can always help. But the more important one, Eric mentioned regulation. I think we are still far off. And here, I think we can clearly influence government and public bodies to work on regulation. In our space, when we look at novel food, we are clearly lagging behind. Singapore and other territories are clearly leading. This is not good for Europe. If we look at, animal agriculture, the amount of subsidies flying into that space, which is completely wrongly funneled, finding ways to have fair prices on the goods we as consumers consume every day. That would be a big thing. Talking about, will there be a tax on plastic? Will there be a tax on beef, which finally would include all the external negative factors these industries have? That would be a big thing in driving the food system towards a real sustainable one. And that's, I think, where government bodies, BlueInvest, could definitely do more.
Definitely. I think that, and that's hopefully what we're here for, to act as connectors for all these things which are needed for us to go into what we hope is a better normal, not just a new normal, but a better one. John, finally, what's a question you wish a candidate would ask you?
Put it simply, I'd want him to ask, what can you contribute to me? We always like to believe that because of our narrow investment focus and our technical capabilities, that we have a lot to offer these companies. And this is what I always hope that the conversation when I talk to a new company will start with.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris, Michael, Josko, Eric, and John. This is a very good segue to the next session on game changers with Daniela, because we are bringing in a corporate and banks perspective along with a ports accelerator. The rest of you, you will see them again, these investors. They are very active and they will be with us at the pitch competition this afternoon. Thank you very much. And Daniela, over to you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for our investors for being here this morning. Very insightful discussion. So now we will talk about another angle of the BlueInvest, the blue economy support. So we are bringing here what we're calling the game changers for the blue economy. So we brought together 2 corporates, 1 investor, and 1 cluster/port accelerator to talk to us about developing market paths and promoting sustainability in the blue economy. The idea is the game changers that we have together, they have something in common, which is they are supporting new partnership models and they are supporting new market paths for the areas they are in, and they also promote sustainability. So we will have an interesting panel discussion with them. I'm having here today Magnus Sande, so he's the VP and Head of Strategy from Wilhelmsen Group. We have Ruben Eras, CEO of Forum Oceano. We have Pierre Rousseau, he is the lead for Global Sustainable Finance from BNP Paribas. And we have Steven Bokaert, he's the General Manager of the DEME Group. So we're going to start, each one of them will have an intervention first. We're going to start with Magnus, and then we'll come back for questions. Magnus, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to give me this opportunity to talk today. Many of you know Wilhelmsen as a ship owner, but we're so much more. We are a service provider to the global fleet. We're a ship agent, we're a ship manager, and we are also a port owner and operator, and also owner and operator of many logistics chains. For many years, Wilhelmsen has a well-known ambition to shape the maritime industry and also reduce our footprint. Hence, we're working with autonomy, printing or 3D printing of parts, digitization, delivery to vessels via drones, carbon capture storage, offshore wind, etc. But shipping and adoption, they want to change. We've always wanted to change, but the only thing we require is an even playing field. For years, the industry has worked with the G in the ESG, and ballast water came and we adopted, scrubbers, low sulfur oil, we adopted, but there is no change without equal terms for competition. Why? Well, vessels are costly, return comes towards the end of the period usually, and vessels are built to last to 15 to 30 years. So the risk is solely at the ship owner's discretion, but the return is in the future. So ship owners, they're looking for predictability to take on so much long commitments. And the cost of competition has to be the same. And this also, we need the security of fuel supply to be available throughout the world for deep sea shipping to accept. Today, most support money is directed towards R&D and some towards construction, but little or none are towards operation and to secure equal terms for competition. Zero emission is not something new for our industry. It's been there for vessels. It was zero emission, and we've just been on a detour. Our group in 2005 designed our zero emission vessel called Orcel with the ambition to build it by 2025, which was supposed to be propelled by wind and wave and electricity, and the energy carriers were supposed to be hydrogen and batteries. And just to clarify, when Wilhelmsen, we talk about hydrogen, we talk also about ammonia, liquid, pressurized, LOHC, all the different types of hydrogen. We just cover it under hydrogen. But why are these vessels not built? Well, we do need the predictability. We need to know what the fuel cost will be, because OpEx is the most important, not only the investment. I'll give an example. We're looking at the project where we're going to build 2 vessels and a logistics chain for the Norwegian coast. We call it HyShip or Topeka. And it's going to distribute hydrogen, but also take trucks off the roads in Norway. We get support for development of the project. We do get some support for building the vessels, which both we're very happy and grateful for. But there's also some support for those that are going to produce the hydrogen for construction of the factory, but there is no support for OPEX or for securing the fuel cost. So who will pick up the bill? For one project like this, you might get a customer or a ship owner to take that risk, but you won't get any large-scale investments or a lot of money going into this segment without some kind of security. Well, ship owners want to change, and we drive down cost where we can, from digitization, AI, automation, all across the board we're doing it. But vessels are mostly application of existing technology or adoption of existing technology. Hence, we need support to create this even playing field with the predictability. Offshore wind, when developing that, you got tariffs. Can EU or a global fund do something like that and create a maximum fuel spread between hydrogen and traditional fuel oil, for example? Or could there be a reverse tariff? Or could there be some kind of guarantee or a liability or a cost for those using the traditional fuel oil? Well, we say that the interest is there. We are committed. We want to go towards zero emission, but we need help. We need help to create predictability. We need help to guarantee the even playing field. And doing so, this is a challenge for EU and its like, and we need that to achieve more projects like our Topeka project, which we believe is the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magnus. This was really, you gave a lot of points here, food for thought as well. So I'm going to ask now, Ruben, please, if you could start.
Well, good morning to you all. Good morning, Daniela. So many thanks for the invitation and for this, excellent event, and also for what it's, what could be and what could signify for game-changing the EU's blue economy. And EU as a whole has a lot of elements to do this game-changing. If you consider blue economy, if you take, for example, the EU's EEZ as a whole, we have about 15 million square meters. It's the largest EEZ in the world, and it crosses all oceans in the world. Also, Europe has global competitiveness. 4 of the top 10 world shipping companies are from EU, and EU dominates the top 2 ranking of the shipping companies. And with this, we can achieve the energy, food, and strategic mineral security that in building it in a blue ESG economy. As the commissioner has said, it's possible to have sustainability from energy, and we have with all this area, cost-effective, with the right technology, cost-effective solutions to produce hydrogen at a very, I would say, competitive cost. Food, most of it can come from the ocean, changing our food habits, and also driving the true ESG solutions in technology and business models for aquaculture, either from fish, seafood, and seaweed and macroalgae. And also to achieve the strategic minerals autonomy for the digital transition and the renewables transition for sustainable deep sea mining. I would like to stress that Norway is going to start a pre-commercial exploration of mineral crusts in 2023. And in Portugal, for example, in the Abassal Plain, there's an area with the size of France that is full of polymetallic nodules with the same concentrations as in the Pacific of nickel, cobalt, and other materials. So all of these activities, what do they have in common? They all need ports to do their operations. Ports are here central to do, I would say, a blue ESG economy, and the cooperation and connection between ports is central in this. And why? Because ports and harbors are the main infrastructure interface between land and sea. So if they are the main access to the blue, they can be a prime location for accelerating the innovation cycle and installing new blue industries. Also, by diversifying into these blue industries, they can diversify their revenue sources. So this is especially important for small and medium-sized ports, where they can cooperate into certain specialized blue clusters like aquaculture, green shipping, or a combination of them along the value chain. Also, by developing this ecosystem in ports systems, this will help to create standards for the interoperability and operations context. So this will diminish the information asymmetry and operations asymmetry, thus reducing the risk for investors. Also, by deploying this kind of let's say strategy, it's a way of reviving coastal regions, because declining fishing ports, cities and regions can be transformed into sustainable ocean farming communities, for example. So this is going to start to be achieved by the Atlantic Smart Ports Blue Acceleration Network Consortium, which Fórum Oceano is a part of it. It's co-leading with Betaai, a Portuguese innovation company. And we have, so it's a consortium with 14 full partners, like World Ocean Council, CPMR, Magellan, Port Excel, NOAA from France, GCE Ocean Technology Cluster from Norway in Bergen, and we have access to 391 ports, because the International Association of Ports and Harbors is our partner, and we have also strategic partner, also the participation of 15 investment funds and financial entities. One of them is BNP Paribas, which Pierre is a prime supporter from this initiative from the beginning. It's a project that is being financed by DG Mare and ASME, and it has also the institutional support of the UN Ambassador, Special Envoy for the Ocean, Mr. Peter Thompson. What will be the main focus of the Atlantic Smart Ports Blue Acceleration Network? So we will, in fact, create an ecosystem that will work as a kind of EU and Atlantic EU plus transatlantic Silicon Valley for blue economy. So we will identify 10 common blue economy challenges, cooperation areas, clusters in the ports community. Then we will design an acceleration program for attracting 450 startups that will be selected at the final, 30 startups that will develop 30 pilot solutions in 30 ports of the ISP events network. We will have the minimum, at least to attract 6 million euros in direct private investment for the startups, and mobilize 5 billion euros of potential private investment, since we also have as a strategic partner Dubai Ports World, which is the largest maritime operator and has a dedicated fund with this purpose. And also in the ESG dimension, we hope to achieve a reduction of 100,000 tons of CO2 in the operations of the 30 ports that will develop the pilots. Also, to say that the ports that we have in our also strategic partners network, we reach to EU Atlantic, Norway, Canada, US, Morocco, Mauritania, Colombia, India, Angola, and in China with the participation of Macau. So this will be
10 seconds.
Yes. So I think as a proposal, I think it could be interesting that in the optic of the catalytic approach from the EIF, that will be devise solutions that will help to, I would say, motivate ESG blue funds to invest in a complementary way in cooperative platforms like the Atlantic Smart Blue Acceleration Network that will have, for example, access to certain benefits like an EIB guarantee for investing in this, I would say, in this kind of ecosystems, or other, I would say, more beneficial complementary solutions that will help that the EIF absorbs the first losses and then develop the rest by the private investors.
Thank you.
Sorry, taking more time than we should.
It's okay. I'm just trying to keep us all on time for everybody. But we're going to come back with questions as well, Ruben. Thank you. So, Pierre, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Daniela. What I will do, it's probably to give first a view of all finance, not the investor only, and the need. And what I would like to explain is the need that in this changing game, in this changing world, is extremely important that we do link transversally all the different tools in finance. We talk about ocean, so we talk about infrastructure. Ruben just do it. It's about shipping. So we have a certain number of financing scheme there where the banks can help. BNP Paribas, for instance, is helping or financing and commit 1 billion in order to renew the propulsion system of the shipping. So this is traditional finance, and I think these kind of things will continue and will continue to be promoted. As explained also, we have to finance infrastructure. There will be new infrastructure. Then it's a little bit different than just having a financing, especially for long term. So we need to think also about long-term financing that we will need to bring in blue economy. And this is something that we can think about a scheme with the European Bank and starting to work with the Green Deal and putting in place different schemes. Then innovation, science. We do see that there is a lot of innovation in science. This is not typically the work of the bank to be on private equity and venture capital. But because the technology is going faster and faster, we need to make sure that we are in the cycle very quickly. So this is why at BNP Paribas, we are very interested to be part at the early stage, and we are working with the accelerator. We are talking with accelerator, with people who are integrating more and more the technology into the economy, the innovator, the different VC fund and private equity fund, because we need to connect to those people, not necessarily to go directly and invest in companies, but by supporting those people, by involving the banking services as soon as possible with the investor. So there is an interaction that we need to put in place here more and more, closing the gap between what we call the investing world and the financing world. And we need to start to find financing solutions that we combine the two of them. And why is it important? It's because, as mentioning before, we need to, I think by the commissioner, we have to bring the big and the close together and the small together. And this is very important because we need to bring the innovation into the company for the large corporate who want to transform. We will see that in food industry, but we will see that also in a cosmetic industry, in consumer industry, in energy industry. Whole sector will be transformed by that. The other point which is important also is the ability to bring and to educate. The storytelling has been said several times. We have to educate corporates, we have to educate investor, and not only keeping the investment at the level of the innovation. So we need to create scale. We need also to take into account different things, products where we can help by mixing finance, is de-risking. We need to de-risk if we want to accelerate and bring the private investors. So we need to create mechanism of de-risking with the public sector, with the philanthropic sector. We need also to protect. So that means we need to bring insurance closer and closer to what we are doing. majority of the sea is largely exposed to climate change risk. So we need to be able to integrate in the financing and the investing, the protection. So we need also to accelerate the financing. So this is why we are doing and we are putting in place many innovative solutions. And I'm not talking about product, I'm talking about solution, because the solution is to take the best of finance, the best of investing, and the best of insurance that we put together in order to find a solution. I give you a few examples of solutions that we are putting in place at the BNP Paribas. The first one is, for instance, we are creating a fund of funds for private equity. We are not doing ourselves private equity, but we can support private equity, and we can invest in different and propose that to the big investor who cannot access directly private equity. So we are creating this kind of tools, and this is new, and we will have few, and we may have also de-risking program by doing this. We are developing blended finance. Blended finance is to create solution when we put together public and private for de-risking. So this exists in emerging market, but we would like to bring that in Europe. There are other things that we are working. We are working on creating and participating to an initiative, which is the Global Coral Reef Fund. And this part is also very interesting because here it demonstrates that conservation of the ocean, which is critical, can be for like coral reef or seaweed, can be also a booster for generating biomass and then consequently generating additional activities. Okay. And last but not least, we are part of Seaweed for Europe, and like we are part also of the smart port, Atlantic Smart Port, because we do want to be at the beginning of the story. As the cycle of financing is getting faster and faster, it's also extremely important that we do find a solution of transition between different cycles, from the venture capital to the private equity, to the private debt, and finally to the refinancing. Those projects need to be seen much more transversally, and this is why the way that we will see new solution coming out will be by the combination of financing and investing capabilities that can be provided by different sources and different specialists.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you very much. Lots of ideas as well, and we come back with questions that really relate to what you're saying. But I want to call now Steven from DEME Group. Thank you, Steven.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Steven Boegaert, I'm indeed the General Manager of DEME Concessions, not of DEME Group, but DEME Concessions, which is within the DEME Group, the entity developing new projects and investing into equity in the spheres of marine infrastructure, as well as renewables and green hydrogen. And if I look a little bit at the title you have given me, I think that's very interesting because it's about innovation, innovative, mixed-use platform, and ecosystem. And I think that's really what it is about. And a lot has been said, but if from our perspective, if we look at the marine space and the marine world, what we look at is indeed the growing importance, and especially also in the marine sphere, of green hydrogen. And then we talk about the production as well as transportation and rollout of it, which we do through our high port concept. Come back to that in a minute. Secondly is the enhanced speed of offshore wind development, where we're also moving towards floating. Then in the port business, the green port in support also of green shipping, which requires a big leap of investment and of ports. And maybe last but not least, aquaculture, as well as was already enumerated, deep sea harvesting of minerals. These things are all a little bit comparatively new to the marine world. And what they bring with it is that as a marine environment, and ports in particular, you are looking really at a multidisciplinary ecosystem. There are much more different players. If you look at ports 20, 30 years ago, it were cargo transit centers, okay? Maybe passenger transit centers. And that was it, full stop. If you look at the port tomorrow, it is an integrated node of basically enabling Europe to grow. Still cargo, very important, we have to move cargo, but support of the hydrogen business, extremely important. It has to be large scale, support of further renewable energy, and support of aquaculture. Because we can all talk about aquaculture, but no port, no aquaculture. That really requires a new approach in how we do business in the marine environment. It is integrated, it is multi-sectoral, it is multi-user, it is multi-party. And that is really quite innovative. That brings also the challenge, because you have to develop, it doesn't go without infrastructure, you have to develop the infrastructure, you have to develop the means, you have to develop the hardware, you have to develop the software for multi-sectoral new industries. And that is also where it is important to have within Europe, in a smart way, the necessary support mechanisms in place, because it's not always clear that it will happen for sure, that we will have to do it for sure. The big thought here is always exactly when will it happen, and number two is how do we manage the interface? Interface not really in a technical way, but interface between. Let me take out one important example. Large-scale production of green hydrogen. Okay, being it indeed, as Mr. Sanders said, is it as ammonia? Is it as green methanol? Is it under liquefied? Green hydrogen, it can only be competitive if you do it large scale. Okay, small scale will not work. We require large scale. If you and just look at the petroleum industry, what scale it is, and that is delivering a large chunk of our energy. If we want to move to a green economy, and that is where we have to go to, and it has to be large scale. But if you produce large scale green hydrogen, you have to bring it large scale to the market. It has to be taken up by the market. Initially, the technology is not yet there, and prices have to develop in accordance with technology. And the offtake is not always tuned with the development of the production and of the network. And that's where you need to bring that together. You need to support. That's what I mean with interface, especially in this multi-sectoral environment. So where do we have to be innovative? We have to continue to be innovative on technological way, in financial structuring, and in structuring partnerships. That's where we have to be innovative to be successful.
Thank you.
If I can take 5 more seconds, I'm very positive about it. One last sentence, very positive about it, because if I look a little bit at the history, we have proven in the last 30 years that we are capable as Europe to take innovations. Look at the ports over 30 years, how many changes we have seen. We will take this one also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. All of you have many points here. I would like to spend hours discussing, actually. But on the interest of time, I'm going to be able to ask just one question, and then I'm going to go through each one of you on this answer. And the question is, what message would you give to policymakers to allow you to partner with them for the benefit of the Green Deal and also our sector's economic development? So if I can start with Magnus, please. And I'll have 30 seconds for each. Thank you.
I think I covered much of this in my 5 minutes. We would like to see predictability and level playing field, because you won't see any large-scale investments going into zero-emission shipping if we don't see that it will be the same OPEX for a zero-emission vessel as for an old fuel vessel. So if you could create some kind of incentive, reverse tariffs, cost of normal fuel going up through a tax or something like that, or that there is a fund guaranteeing a minimum fuel or a maximum, a fuel spread between traditional fuel and hydrogen, it won't happen, because fuel is the largest element in the OPEX, and OPEX is as important as the investment itself for when deciding to invest in a vessel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ruben, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so I think for the last interventions from my colleagues of panel, we see that the Atlantic Smart Ports Blue Acceleration Network has, will contribute positively to deliver some, let's say, positive insights for these solutions for the challenges that you have presented. And we are, ready to start, to contribute positively for the EU Green Deal and make it happen what could be the EU's blue European dream, that we can build a sustainable ocean economy that is the most prosperous and inclusive in the world, and we have the potential to do it, and we are game-changing it.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you very much. Pierre, 30 seconds as well.
Thank you. What I would like to recommend is really the focus of thinking about new financing solution by leveraging the private and the public sector. I think we have an example here with BlueInvest, but we have to enlarge that to many other areas. The connection has to be done with the business itself, so the involvement of the Directorate of Marine, if we talk about the marine aspect, but the other ones also, if we talk about agriculture, it's very important. The link between what Europe is thinking, the way we finance, the way we will put together the solution, are the way to think forward by aligning investor and investment.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. And finally, Stephen, please.
The 30 seconds, I will pick out one, and I think the key thing is to secure offtake for green products. That is what it is about. If you want to go in the hydrogen economy, we need to have security for the offtake, and then the off-takers can tap in as per their needs and as per their development. That's where we really have to look at how can Europe secure investors and off-takers security in that sense. Green hydrogen will not be produced in Europe only. We have to go outside Europe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great work.
For the European economy.
Yes. Thank you for demonstrating the work you're doing. There is a lot of activity, and you have very different perspectives, but they have a common ground. So this is really important to have stakeholders like yourselves supporting the blue economy and being here with us today as well. So I would like to thank you. Thank you, everybody also that's with us online. We're going to close our morning now. We will take a short break and we'll be back at 12 Central European Time sharp for our first pitch battle. So we're going to start with the category 1 that on our teams here, and is energy from the ocean. So thank you very much, everyone, and I see you at 12.
Welcome back, everybody, to the BlueInvest Pitch Competition. We've got an exciting lineup for you today for this year's top 20 technologies under the categories Energy from the Ocean, Green Shipping Solutions, Sustainable Food and Feed from the Ocean, Healthy Oceans, and Resilient Coasts. We also have a 5th category, the People's Choice, which is your chance to vote for your favorite pitch. You can do this by clicking on the link on your dashboard, and you'll see it on top, or scan the QR code that you can see on the side of your screen. Voting for the People's Choice will be open from now until 4 p.m. Brussels time. So here's how it works. Finalists, you have 5 minutes to pitch, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A from our jury panel. Judges, you have 5 minutes for your questions, and you'll need to raise your hand, and I will call on you. After the Q&A, we will move on to the next finalist, and after all the finalists have been presented, judges, you have 15 minutes to complete your digital scorecard and click Submit. The results will be consolidated, and the winners will be announced at the BlueInvest Awards ceremony at 4:30 p.m. And we will have Commissioner Sinkevicius returning to the stage to confer the awards. So let's start with the Energy from the Ocean category, and I'm really pleased to see our formidable judges in the panel today representing the industry, the market, and the investor community. We have Ross Brooks, Investment Manager at Catapult Ocean. Hi, Ross. Kare Helle, Venture Director at DNVGL. Hey, Kare. Ines Mertens, Principal Sourcing and Communication Manager at Inventures Fund. Hi, Ines. Mare Straetmans, Director for Digital Transformation at Van Oord. Hi, Mare. And John Berg, Founder and Partner at Sarsia Management. Hello again, John. Thank you for coming back. And for the finalists, we have AW Energy Oy from Finland. We have EcoWave Power from Sweden. We have Eolink from France, G-Kinetic Energy Limited from Ireland, and Heliorec from France. Let's begin with AW Energy Oy from Finland. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm going to present how AW Energy will enable low-cost green hydrogen production and support the EU with its hydrogen ambitions. My name is Christopher Ridgwell. I'm the CEO at AW Energy, and I've been with this Finnish company for 7 years. I graduated as a naval architect, and for the last 28 years, I've been working around the world on the safe implementation of new technology. I'm just one member of our highly skilled and committed core team of 10 persons who are dedicated to the rollout of our wave roller technology. Our technology was invented by our founder, Rauno Koivusaari, as he dived on a shipwreck and experienced the back and forth underwater surge as it wrenched a door back and forth. Since then, our team has been persistently scaling up the wave roller technology, and they've accomplished amazing milestones along the path to our current full-scale device, which has been deployed in Portugal since 2019. Our team has delivered wave energy projects and grid connected them to our ocean site, built full-scale test facilities, developed and qualified our new technology, designed, built and deployed a full-scale device, which was certified by Lloyd's Register, a key requirement for our customers' business interruption insurance. We have 63 patents over 26 patent families, with 19 more pending, plus a pipeline of commercial projects under development globally. And we are also proud of our DNVGL, our ISO 9001 certificate, our Solar Impulse Efficient Solution label, and our EU Seal of Excellence. But before we jump further into our technology and solution, I'd like to take you on a journey to the beach. You might remember sitting at a table and gazing out to sea, listening to the waves crashing on the shore, whilst admiring the golden sky as the sun disappeared over the horizon. Well, these are the essential elements of our wave roller hydrogen hubs solution. Variability in renewable energy supply is one of the biggest challenges for both the grid and clean fuel production. Solar PV is one of the cheapest sources of power right now. It would be perfect for hydrogen production plants if the sun could shine all night to avoid system shutdown. But wave roller can fulfill that function and enable much greater process full load hours. We've developed and patented a process that works together with solar and wind to couple electricity, freshwater, and hydrogen production. This balances out long-term, short-term variability, optimizes the clean fuel production process, and produces valuable fresh water. This enables our operators to capture the full value of wave roller power in the production cost of green hydrogen and products such as green ammonia. We also have cooperation agreement with Direct from Air carbon capture company, thus also enabling green methane and methanol. And an independent research organization found that for a site in Morocco, our green hydrogen cost reduced by more than 60% compared to a plant powered by solar alone. Thus, we want to be a technology provider and enable our customers to significantly reduce green hydrogen costs by installing wave roller together with wind and solar. At 30 degrees latitude around the globe, we see the cheapest solar costs and a co-located wave energy resource. Thus, developers from US to Morocco, South Africa to Chile could produce the lowest cost green hydrogen products to the global market. We have cooperation agreements with leading EPC companies and customer MOUs covering 50 megawatts of projects. We are now looking for 15 million euros to deliver this pipeline and double down on the sales work and make wave roller hydrogen hubs a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christopher, also for sticking to the time. You actually have 30 seconds left, but then we will give that time to the investors to ask their questions. So who would like to ask a question? Please raise your hand and I will call out the order. And let's start with Ines. Ines? Ines, 1 second. We cannot hear you. Could we have some audio?
Yeah, sorry.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for the nice pitch. Could you please elaborate about your customer pipeline? What kind of contracts are already signed?
So we have projects around the world. We have memorandums of understanding with main grid operators in different countries in Asia. And we've also secured financing, impact type financing for these projects. So they're basically in Asia and other places around the world.
Thank you.
Now, Mare, would you?
Yes. Thank you very much for your pitch, Christopher. Of course, extremely relevant and beautiful to see that you're in this space and making these waves already. So that's very good. Two questions that come up with me. One, of course, is you're trying to do this and to make this a better planet. I see your solution has quite some impact on the bottom of the sea. So do you have an answer to what impact you're making with installing this on the bottom of the sea? I think that's one. And second, I see a lot of moving parts below sea level. That's one of the most difficult conditions there is. So what is the perspective you have on maintenance, the cost of maintenance compared to what it will bring for energy?
Yes. Yeah, they're very, very good questions. So on the environmental impact side, we've completed a number of projects now at our test site in Portugal. We've carried out environmental studies and also independent organizations have carried out independent environmental impact studies. So we checked the marine environment before we deployed our device and during the deployment and afterwards. And that was for our deployments back in 2012, 13 and 14, and also now very recently for our current deployment. And we don't see any large impacts. I mean, it was a main goal of our certification process to have minimal impacts on the marine environment. I have a Lego model here just to outline the simplicity of the device. So basically, we have a panel that moves backwards and forwards with the wave surge. So it's moving with the water. So it's not moving through the water, but with the water as the waves push backwards and forwards. And the idea is that every 5 years, we can refloat this and carry out our maintenance. So the equipment has been designed just like the equipment on a ship, using the same codes and standards. And on a ship, special surveys are required every 5 years, and we follow the same process. And we've projected forward the LCOE, the impact of that on LCOE, and we see similar LCOEs to offshore wind.
Okay.
So,
thank you very much, Christopher, and I think that ends the Q&A for your time, for your intervention. Let's move on to EchoWave. EchoWave Power from Sweden.
Hello. First of all, I'm very proud to be here today as a finalist in the BlueInvest Awards for our nearshore wave energy technology. I thought long and hard how it is best to capture the amazing work that we're actually doing here in EchoWave Power, and I felt that words wouldn't really do it any justice. In 5 minutes speech, I can't explain my personal journey and passion and how the technology works and our operational projects. So I decided that maybe to see it is something that is much more important than talk about it for the next 5 minutes. So I decided to show a video that was prepared by the Sustainable Markets Initiative, by Prince Charles of Wales, and by the World Economic Forum. So I hope you enjoy it and decide that it was a good decision. Thank you. You can play the video. We must remove our reliance on finite and destructive fossil fuels as our demand for electricity increases. 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions result from the burning of fossil fuels for energy. Renewables are the only way forward.
Global energy consumption is set to increase by 50% by 2050. Some estimates suggest that 10 to 20% of global electricity demand could be met by wave power. EcoWave Power, based in Tel Aviv, have developed a simple, clean, low-cost and scalable technology that may form part of the solution to the growing energy demand.
My name is Ina Braverman and I'm the founder and CEO of EcoWave Power. EcoWave Power is an innovative company that developed a groundbreaking technology for generation of clean electricity from ocean and sea waves. I was born in Ukraine. 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded. I was one of the babies that suffered from the negative effects of the explosion. I actually had respiratory arrest, I stopped breathing, and a clinical death. So given a second chance in life, you definitely grow up with a feeling like I have a purpose. And I truly believe that wave energy is a good reason, especially when my first kind of chance in life was taken away by not so safe way of producing electricity. Wave power is just in its initial steps of commercialization. It's kind of the new kid in the block of renewables. It's a very huge source. According to the World Energy Council, wave energy can produce twice the amount of electricity that the world produces now. When the wave heights reach 50 centimeters, the system commences operation. The floaters are going up and down, and they're creating pressure in the system. That pressure is used to turn the hydromotor and the generator. We don't go into the offshore. We install on existing man-made structures. The environmentalists are supporting us because we're taking these bulky, huge cement structures, which are not so good for the environment, and we turn them into a source of clean electricity.
My name is Yair Rudik, and I'm the Business Development Manager at EcoWave Power. As a new source of renewable energy, most of our challenges lie in creating policies and a legal framework for adopting wave energy in new markets. If we were to implement this worldwide without any obstructions, I foresee gigawatts of wave power being installed within the next decade. I don't think we have the luxury of waiting around anymore, and really now is the time to go ahead and make a change.
Here we can see the illustration of the project that we're currently building in the port of Jaffa in Israel. I personally love the fact that we're building this innovative project in the most ancient port in the world, the Jaffa port. There are many unused breakwaters all over the world. They're not prime real estate, they're just there. So there's no reason for us not to transform them into a clean energy source. My ambition is to see EcoWave Power's technology implemented in any location in the world that has a breakwater. Change is definitely not happening fast enough. I think that Mother Nature is kind of urgently calling us to wake up with all the floods and fires and natural disasters that we're currently seeing. In the end of the day, we all want a 100% environmentally friendly world. So the solution is in all renewable energy sources. I'm very excited about the future of EcoWave Power because I believe that EcoWave Power is a significant part of the world's future renewable energy mix. EcoWave Power is my personal passion, and I always say that passion is the greatest renewable energy source. So my ambition is to really see how wave energy is changing the world.
Thank you. And with that, let's open the floor for questions. Investors, can I see Ross, and then John, and then Kare. Ross, you go first.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. So you'll be building on existing breakwaters primarily. So I'm just assuming here that you'll have quite decentralized production. So I wonder how you balance that decentralized production with the decentralized maintenance also, with quite heavy infrastructure there?
So basically, a standard size of a breakwater that is dominant in ports, for example, is 3 to 5 kilometers. On this length of a breakwater, we can build at least a 50 megawatt installed capacity of wave power. So the way that we connect to the grid is through the substations that are usually located in the ports. That's why also our grid connection costs are very low, and we're basically able to send electricity according to the available quota at that substation. And usually there's quite large available quota in ports because they're high users of electricity. So we're not different in that way from what wind energy developers would do, for example, for parks of around 20 to 50 megawatt. The only advantage is the fact that our grid connection is usually 100 meters or 200 meters as opposed to many kilometers which are dominant in wind energy projects, which are very distant from the population location of living.
Okay, John?
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for an interesting pitch. And I'm very glad that you've solved the problem with survival in storm conditions. We had some bad experience with similar equipment here in Bergen in Norway. But I'm interested in to know what scale are you at? Do you consider yourself of being at full scale, or do you still have some scaling stages left?
So the technology is in a very high readiness level. We're already operating a grid-connected power station in Gibraltar since 2016. We are planning to build the first megawatt scale in Portugal. We're getting the licenses for the project in a few months. The licensing process is short and it's like 6 months in Portugal. The good thing about the technology is that it is fully modular and easily replicable in different locations. So basically, in the end of the day, if you want more energy, it's more solar, more floaters and more units, conversion units. So one side of the conversion units basically connects to the grid, one side connects to the floaters, and you can reach any capacity that the space allows for you to get. It's very similar to we kind of took the good stuff from the solar industry. They do it the same way. They basically put a lot of solar panels according to the energy they need. One side connects to the panel, one side connects to the grid, and the storm protection kind of also our idea. We really like to rely on something that is proven, that is simple, that works. In wind farms, for example, when the wind is too strong, the turbines, they lock down. So we do the same thing also in the storms. When the waves are too high for the system to handle, the floaters automatically raise above the water level and stay in the upward position until the storm passes.
Great. Last question, Kare.
I was just wondering about the lowest cost of electricity levels that you are at the moment, because that's of course your biggest competitor is what all the others are buying electricity for today, and what it will become once it gets into scale and you get into maturity. I assume there's some reduction over time as you go conquer the world, so to speak.
So from the beginning, it was key for us to create a commercially viable technology, and a commercially viable technology means good prices that can compare with the prices of wind and solar, which are quite attractive these days. So at the scale of 20 megawatt power station, our LCOE is 4 euro cents per kilowatt hour, which is quite attractive. The capex of the technology, the construction cost, is about $1.2 million per 1 megawatt, which is very well comparable with wind. It's a bit more expensive than solar, but we have the advantage that we also generate at night. So we still show very good LCOE and very good return of investment for our projects.
Great. So thank you very much, Ina, and thank you, investors, as well. So let us move on to Eolink from France. Sorry, I think we are getting an audio issue. Are you on mute? We cannot hear you. 1 second. Just give us a second. We are not hearing any sound. Can we, yes, one moment. Let's try to work on your sound. Somebody's going to call you. Can we have G Kinetic first then? just so that I don't want to take away from your time. So, G-Kinetic.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Roisin and our company is G-Kinetic Energy. We're leading developers of hydrokinetic turbines based in Ireland, and we have come up with a turbine that is specifically designed to work in lower flows of water in the region of 1 to 2 meters per second. So with this, we can access the mass market. So unlike solar or wind, hydrokinetic energy is 100% predictable. It's zero carbon. It's ideally suited for local distributed energy generation. And there's 200 gigawatts of hydrokinetic potential all around the world, with 80% of this still completely untapped. So this is a green resource that we cannot afford to ignore, and it represents a market opportunity of 3.9 billion euro. So to describe the solution to you, it's a little bit tricky because I'm just using my hands, but it's a simple floating device that can be towed out and moored just like a boat. We've designed it to be really simple and standard. Underneath the water is, I suppose, where the magic is happening, and we designed what we call a bluff body. It's basically an intentional obstacle. So either side of this, we've got 2 vertical axis turbines. And what's happening here is, if you've ever stood on a bridge and looked over into the flow of water, look at how the water behaves as it approaches the bridge pillar. It accelerates out and around it. And those 2 points either side of the pillar, the water is moving twice as fast. So there's a lot more energy to capture there. And that's really the core concept of G-Kinetic's solution. So we have this bluff body, which mimics that effect, and the turbines either side are capturing a lot more energy. This means that we can self-start in 0.5 meters per second, and we hit our rated capacity at 2 meters per second. So most competitors need at least 2.5, mostly 3 meters per second hit rated capacity. These are really fast flow speeds found in only a handful of sites. And other solutions then involves dams or blocking the flow. We don't need to do that. The other advantage of this is debris, fish, for the exact same principle, it gets deflected out and around the device. And we have demonstrated this with a device running in France for 2 years. The market applications, so we have clearly defined our market segments. We've prioritized them in terms of size and projected growth. So they're all very attractive up and coming market spaces. As I mentioned, it's really perfectly suited for distributed energy generation. So this is in remote areas where you want to generate the power really close to where it needs to be consumed. Our design is extremely compact, so it means that we can go into shallower sites and with narrower channel widths. So again, it's really suitable for cities, urban environments, and canal applications. We can also scale it up for tidal, which is something we're working on in the background. So this is a submerged device that can go into larger utility applications. In terms of traction, so we have trialed the product extensively over the last 6 years. It's here, it's working, it's in the water. We've had a number of full-scale deployments. We have contracts in place in Europe starting out, and these contracts represent a replication potential of 2.4 million euros revenue by the end of next year. So in our business plan, we want to expand out into the wider Asian remote market, and we're looking for strong partners to help us do that. We really want to ramp up the sales. That's where we're at now. In terms of finances, just very quickly, how do we make our money? So G-Kinetic gains revenue through initial site assessments, the installation and commissioning of the turbines, and then we have reliable ongoing income through service and maintenance contracts. So in terms of team, we have a really killer team, very dedicated, a lot of people with us who've been here for a long time since day one. I'm not just saying that because it's a family business. So our CEO and the technologies inventor, Vincent, brings 35 years project management and leadership experience. He has a construction background leading a company of 110 people. This started out as kind of a hobby for him. He's got a sailing background, and it has grown into something that we're completely committed to and passionate about. I myself lead the business operations, sales and marketing and business development, and I have brought in just under 4 million euros in funding to get us to where we are today. So we're also backed up by a world-class team of engineers, and we have a very strong record in financial management thanks to a dedicated financial advisor also. So what we're looking for today from yourselves, the jury, the audience, and the BlueInvest community, which we have found to be an absolutely fantastic asset. So thank you so much to the BlueInvest team. We're raising for the first time, so we're looking for 500k investment, and that's going to help us get to our 2.4 million euros in just 18 months. And similar to that, kind of more importantly, to be honest, we're looking for strong partners. So we're really at the stage now where we need as much help as we can in our route to market.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Anyone in space, primarily in Europe and moving into Asia.
Great.
And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your time, and please check us out at gkinetic.com. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Maris, and then John. Let's go.
Well, thank you very much for your pitch. Really good pitch. You made quite an impression with it, and of course, the contribution you're making, it's really, really good. My question is, it's a bit a personal, maybe philosophy that I have. I think a lot of these solutions that also we're seeing today are bringing new things into nature. So, and I think everything we bring into nature has an impact on nature. You triggered it actually by your pitch. Have you ever considered, instead of bringing something new to nature, to use the accelerated water around the pillars of bridges? Is there any opportunity, instead of bringing something new into the water, that your solution also can use the current pillars that are in the water already around bridges and use the energy that comes from that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And it's something that kind of organically came about. So the complete solution that we sell is, it's got the floating platform, the built body, and the 2 turbines, but we're also equally looking into just selling single turbines. And this can be attached to, like I mentioned, canals or existing infrastructure. So we've actually got an ongoing project in Limerick where we're looking at installing them across an existing weir for that exact purpose. So, the impact is kind of already there. So yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. John.
Yes, I was interested in the business model here, and what kind of learning and inspiration have you gotten from other companies that have worked with commercialization of ocean energy, in particular tidal, but also maybe sun and offshore wind, etc.?
Okay, I hope I take you on the right angle with this, but I suppose one thing in terms of our business model, since day one, we have actually really paid attention to other developers. Obviously, we commend everyone that's working in this space, but we were very deliberate in not going too big too fast. So we deliberately wanted to start with smaller devices, test them extensively, get them out into the market, prove that the technology works before then ramping up to, more utility scale. So that was why I said in our market segments, that is in our pipeline. But we're currently at only TRL 4 with our actual large-scale tidal device, whereas the current device that we have now is at TRL 8, and we've got our first commercial pilots in the pipeline. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for just one more question, but if not, oh yes, Kare. Let's one more question.
I think it's similar to the one that I had before, is that, of course, you're competing against existing electricity production, and how does this compare? That's going to overshadow your technical risk when it comes to TRL, and like whether it's 4, 7, 8, whatever it is, if it's not market attractive, then you're going to have a tough time. So I was curious about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, something deliberate that we've done is, I suppose we're not being naive, saying that we can just come out straight out and be competitive with, fully commercialized solutions like solar and wind. So that's why specifically we're targeting the distributed energy market. So really our key competitor in that space is diesel generators. And they're, you're looking at a much higher cost of energy. They're kind of 36 cents up to, €1. And so we can very competitively match that. And not even just the cost, but, the day-to-day living with that. So not having to transport the fuel and that ongoing cost. So that's why we have targeted that market, because we are competitive in that space.
Okay, thank you. And let's move on to Heliorec. Mark Guyot, you will come in. EOLink will be last if that's okay. I think by now I heard that they have sorted out your audio issues, but let's move on with Heliorec. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure to see everybody here. And in the next 2 minutes, I'll tell you about our project. So Heliorec is a solar energy startup, and we are building floating structures which help to set up solar power plants on water. We're participant of a circular economy approach. We use recyclable plastic, and we help to increase energy generation efficiency within the solar power plant. And we target to work with ports and with other offshore structures. Heliorec is a team of 5 members. It's people who are educated in engineering, marine engineering, and business. We're quite young team, and the project and the idea belongs to Polina Vasilenko, who's a sole founder of Heliorec. She has a background in oil and gas as well as renewable energy, and she's a strong believer in the solar energy and changing the world really. So our team believe that there's a great opportunity for solar, as we all know, with the net zero emission goals. It's been a great boost. However, there's still a number of problems which exist. One of the biggest one which we've identified is the quite strong reduction when it comes to time frame to actually achieve the net zero emission goals. Then when it comes to solar, the current solutions, they do require quite a significant amount of land when we're talking about really significant industrial projects. And when the solar power plant is set on land, it usually tends to make panels overheat, which significantly reduces the efficiency. These are the issues which we mostly work on. We help to generate green electricity. Also, with the unique Heliorec technology of the modules, we encourage passive cooling, which increases the efficiency of energy generation by 10 and 20%. And also Heliorec offers to install a plant on water. I believe the investors has a presentation where there is more information on how it really looks like. I just wanted to highlight that with Heliorec structures, the structures themselves, they're very compact, they're very easy to transport, and it actually reduces the costs. We have now in the process of getting the patent for our technology, and we also use the hydraulic system which stabilizes in the port and offshore conditions. As I mentioned with you, circular economy approach, our product has lower carbon footprint, and the cost of recycled materials is significantly lower. We also use machine learning to increase the management and operations. We believe the market is at its inception for floating solar solutions. We estimate the size in the next 5 to 4 years about 10 billion globally and 300 million euros for Europe. We're aiming to target 10%. Our business model is quite straightforward. We look to partner locally with the photovoltaic producers or the power plant developers to help them to expand their client base as well. We charge 30% on our product, as well as we gain recurrent revenues through subscription. We are looking to boost our research and development and sales activity, and we're looking for 1.3 million for that right now. And we are very excited for the upcoming year. So far, we've set up our first pilot in September 2020, which is successfully operating, which is 7 kilowatt size. And in the next year, we're going to do further testing in the wave tank in the École de Nantes. And we're also very excited to have our second pilot with the port of Oostende in Belgium. So that's the story of the Heliorec. And thank you very much again. And I'm looking forward for the questions. Thank you.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And thank you for sticking to the time. Questions? Let's see. So Mare, John, Ross, Ines, and then Kare. So do keep your answers brief so that we can take up all the questions. Let's start with you, Mare.
Yeah, thank you. Again, also a very good presentation, and of course, love what you're bringing to the world. So that's very good. My question is maybe very briefly, which are your potential clients that you're looking for? So which organizations or companies do you think are your first clients? And why would they buy your product? Why would they be interested with regard to the level of energy that it's producing?
Yes, our first clients were the ports, because especially in case of Belgium, there is a very strong incentive to reduce CO2 emission within the ports and the way they generate energy. They also, the port of Oostende specifically, they actually have certain reservoirs where they can potentially use for energy generation, and solar power plant setting up on water, given the water reservoir, was a very straightforward solution. We're also looking to work with big water treatment facilities and they actually water companies, because they usually have access to big water reservoirs. So these are our sort of first client potential we're looking into.
John?
Yeah, thanks for a good presentation. And I'm very glad that there's more technologies coming up with floating wind, because I think this is a great opportunity. But I was looking for what's your competitive advantage to, for example, companies like Ocean Sun that we've seen had some success lately?
The stackability and the compactness of our products, because it's basically within the technology of Heliorec, there's not much air. They're very easy to transport. Also, we use recycled plastic as they're not using, and we also, due to our unique design, we have the unique hydrolock system, which helps to stabilize the floaters better, as well as the cooling system, the extra cooling system, due to the angle which the floaters provide.
Great, thank you. Ross?
Hi, thanks, Verena. Question on team competence. You mentioned that you're going to put these installations on water, but there's a marked difference between a port or a still body inland and offshore. So I wondered what offshore engineering competency you have within the team.
Yes, definitely. We have one of our team members and also one of the key advisors which we have in the team. There is Davide Pedetti, who has been working in marine energy, and then there are also amongst the advisors there is Marco, who's been working with wind actually and marine energy for over 20 years now, and they've been very good mentors to the founder of the Heliorec.
Okay, thank you. Ines?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask you how much would it cost for one floating system, and how competitive you will be in terms of price for your customers?
Yes, sure. So in terms of costs, it does vary depending, because we're always looking to produce it locally. So I wouldn't be able to pinpoint the number right now. We estimate the cost of one floater about 1 to thousands, but I'll be able to tell you the exact numbers, in a more case-by-case situation right now. Thank you.
Finally, Kara, and then we'll keep this brief.
So maybe I'll just build a bit on John's question, I think, because I had the same, and I think you also generously sent us a slide deck that I've looked at, and I would have liked to understand better what's the core value that you bring over your competitors. How that extra cooling effect that you talk about, you say 15 to 20% cooling effect. How does that affect the lowest cost of electricity compared to a generic floating sun installation and things like that? So more maybe be clear on that in your pitch so that we understand faster what's your core value proposition compared to just a generic ocean sun type of setup.
Yes, definitely. Just very briefly, it's the design and exactly the design of the floater, which helps to increase the cooling effect. And again, with the LCOE, it really depends what we're looking about and which region. But so far, amongst our numbers, there was around 10% difference. And then again, case by case, we'll be happy to elaborate further. But thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then finally, last but not least, we have Mark from Eolink France.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you well.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. So pleased to be here. As you told, I am Marc Guyot, and I am the founder of Eolink. And I would like to start with this question. When talking about blue economy, which technology is able to provide massive energy at an affordable cost? This is, to us, the main question. And as you probably know, offshore bottom fixed wind farms are now highly competitive. Costs have been divided by 2 in the last 10 years, and this is mainly due to the use of larger turbines. However, bottom fixed offshore wind only fits with shallow waters below 50 meters depth, like in the North Sea, for example. And unlike bottom fixed, floating wind farms can be installed everywhere. Therefore, scalability is huge. For example, installing floating wind farms over only 2% of the French marine areas would produce 50% of the electric power demand. So that is what Eolink addresses. And 7 years ago, I was thinking about how we could decrease this levelized cost of energy. And on one hand, it appeared to me that the cost of the foundation was driven by the amount of steel, obviously, and the amount of steel is driven by the mechanical loads. On the other hand, one can notice that conventional tower, like this one, conventional towers are only mandatory for bottom fixed foundation because the nacelle needs to rotate to face the wind. So here the space must be, the tower must be very thin. So that's not the case when considering a floating foundation, which can move easily on the sea surface. And if you can please start the video, you will see how the floater is turning around the buoy to face the wind. So Eolink stands on this patented pyramidal structure. It is obviously stiffer, lighter, and leads to 20% reduction of the LCOE, from which 10 directly comes from the steel mass reduction. So in 2016, tank test of a 12 megawatt turbine at reduced scale. And then in 2018, we were 5 engineers in 2018, we commissioned the first French floating wind turbine, here again, a 1/10 scale of 12 megawatts. In 2020, our team is now made of 15 engineers. We finished the detailed design, which is here presented, of a 5 megawatt demonstrator using the DNV-GL recommended practices. So right now, offshore test site is secured with a contract. Chantier de l'Atlantique, former STX Shipyards, is our partner for the construction. The French Ministry of Energy agreed to provide us a guaranteed feed-in tariff so that the demonstrator will generate a turnover of 2.4 million euro per year. And then we must take into account about 0.9 million euro for test fees and maintenance. And finally, the capex is about 20 million euro, from which half is provided by the French state with a nearly free loan. So we are now looking for 10 million euro. And when commissioned in 2022, it will be the third biggest floating wind turbine with a rated power of 5 megawatt. Finally, I would like to tell you that our core business is to provide an integrated product to the consortia who will own floating offshore wind farms. So we will act as the engineering in the EPCI contracting arrangement, engineering, procurement, construction, installation. And revenues comes from licensing of our worldwide patents based on circa 2% of the electricity production revenue, and also from engineering hours. Thank you for your attention, sorry.
That's great. Thank you so much, Mark. Let's take some questions. So John, and then Ross. Let's start with you, John.
Okay. Thanks for a good presentation and a nice video. And I understand that the advantage here is that you have a cheaper and maybe more robust type of structure because you have less steel. But is there a penalty here that you're not able to turn the turbine to the wind as quickly as maybe other type of wind turbines? Can you say a bit about the quantification of that? What are we talking about?
Well, we have experimentally demonstrated that the floater was following the wind accurately at a speed of 0.5 degrees per second at full scale and 1.5 degrees at a 1/10 scale. So we are not afraid of that. And besides that, we have a patent to tune this alignment to face the wind.
Great. Thank you. Ross?
Thanks, Mark. What kind of subsea anchoring technology are you using? Ocean impact question. How do you mitigate the environmental impact on the seafloor?
We are using a semi-taut mooring system, so no more chains laying on the ground, made of fiber ropes in order to mitigate mainly the cost of the mooring system. So in terms of impact, the ground will be less impacted than using chains.
Okay, I have time for one more question, if there is one. Otherwise, Ines and then Mare. Okay.
Yes, thanks, Mark. One question is about the scalability. How do you plan to scale that business and that technology?
So from the beginning, we've been targeting high power output. And from the beginning, our scale model, tank test, prototype, and even the 5 megawatt are reduced scaled of a commercial application, which must be more than 12 megawatt to reach a good levelized cost of energy. So in terms of scalability of the nominal power, we aim to have a commercial application with at least 12 megawatt. And in terms of bigger and bigger arrays, we believe that a progressive implementation is mandatory to mitigate the cost of financement, the cost of risk. So demo 5 megawatt, small array by 2026 with 4 or 5, 10 plus megawatt, and then commercial array 250 megawatt and so on.
Great, thank you. Mario, last question.
Yes, thank you very much. It's just a short comment. Really impressed by your pitch deck. So the amount of information and the relevance of the information in your pitch deck, really next level. So big compliment for that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, finalists and judges. And that concludes our first category. And we take a short break before we go into the next category. If I could just remind the judges to complete the digital scorecard and to submit. We will see you at the competition for green shipping solutions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We are back with the pitch competition for green shipping solutions. It's a pleasure to have you here. I will start introducing our jury. So we have David van Loo. He's the investment director from Rotterdam Port Fund. We have Magnus Sande. He's VP and head of strategy of Wilhelmsen Group. We have Kare Helle. He's a venture director from DNV. Niklas Korner, investment manager from Bernhard Schutt Innoport, and Joško Bobanovic, partner, Sofinova Partners. So we're gonna have our pitching session now with the following companies. I'm just gonna say the name and the country. So we have Airseas from France, Kleindel from Denmark, Dacoma from Denmark as well, Seaber from Finland, and Ship Reality from Cyprus. The process will be everyone will pitch 5 minutes, and then we have a Q&A with our investors at the end of each pitch, and then we move to the next. Just reminding our investors that we have a digital scorecard for you to fill with your votes and your opinion and comments on each one of the companies pitching. If you have to ask a question when we are during the Q&A, please raise your hands. I'm seeing your images, so then I would just call you. But we can go in the order of introduction I just did. So without further ado, we're going to start with Air Seas from France. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, dear BlueInvest community. My name is François-Louis Degrave. I'm RC's CFO, and I'm very pleased to present you today RC's Scale-Up project. RC's is a French SME spin-off from Airbus, founded in 2016 by 3 Airbus engineers willing to apply their aeronautical expertise to the maritime sector. Today, RC's is already employing more than 50 people contributing to the blue economy. There is an economical and environmental challenge. Do you know that around 90% of traded goods are carried over the seas? Shipping industry is representing 3% of greenhouse gas emission, and this figure is expected to grow substantially. As a result, International Maritime Organization is putting in place regulation in order to reduce by 40% CO2 emission by 2030. At European level, energy trading system is expected to be put in place next year. RC's has developed a disruptive technology. This solution is called the Seawing, which is a giant kite, 1,000 square meters, towing commercial ships and enabling them to reduce by 20% CO2 emission and cutting by 20% the fuel consumption. The Seawing is more than a kite, as the integrated software and digital twin are offering live eco-routing, performance management, as well as full ship modelization. This solution is simple. Just press a button to launch and recover the kite. The solution is safe, based on the safety standard from the aeronautics, and the solution is sustainable. The purpose is to harness wind as a clean, free, and unlimited energy, so a fossil-free energy. As this is a plug-and-play solution, it will enable also green shipping solution introduction. Regarding the market, there are 30,000 deep-sea vessels sailing around the world. We will focus on 3 major segments: bulkers, container ship, and tankers. And targeting 15% market share, we will equip 1,600 vessels. In terms of competition, we hear about new generation vessels like hydrogen, biofuel, or electric vessel, but no one is expected to deliver now 20% saving. And as a reminder, Seawing solution is a complementary solution. There is already a strong commercial traction. As today, we signed 1 deal with Airbus and another one of 51 units with a Japanese Kleindel, owning the 5th biggest fleet of the world with around 500 vessels. In terms of financials, the company is targeting 200 million turnover by 2030, and we're raising 10 million euros to scale up the production as the demand is already existing. The team is onboarded with 50 employees, combining competencies from the aeronautic and maritime sector. As a conclusion, investing in RC's, this is a great opportunity to support an innovative company with a strong environmental impact, to onboard a business with a sharp growth, to support value-added job creation in Europe, and to have an international impact on the blue economy. RC's is now ready to scale up, and I will leave the floor for a 1-minute video to present this green shipping project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. So, investors, who has a question? Just raise your hand and I can see you. Okay. So we start with Magnus and then we go to David.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting product, and I like the idea and the concept. Just two questions. And one is, what type of routes is this typically adaptable for? Is it for long hauls over the Atlantic, or is it also working in small routes? And when I think I saw in your presentation some 20% fuel saving. What is that based on? And is that in all type of weather, all type of condition, or is that ideal conditions? That's the first question. And the second question is that it challenge your revenue model with the customers you're adapting, because you're adapting two type of customers, trampers and line freighters. Containers do lines, I guess it's more relevant, but for bulkers and tankers, it's the cargo owners that own or that take the fuel bill, and for them to pay extra for a vessel with the air seas on board. Is that something that you looked into?
All right. Thanks a lot for the question. So regarding the first one for the routes, we are working on deep sea vessels. So it means that we are going where there's a windy situation. So it means that, for example, transatlantic or trans-Pacific are the best routing for this type of equipment. And so we can adapt on any kind of vessel. So as I was mentioning, we are targeting the bulkers, the container ship, as well as the tankers. So it means that low speed vessels are welcome, so that we can optimize the performance of the fuel consumption. Regarding your second question for the revenue model, so we have three streams. The first one is a product delivery, so when we will deliver the Seawing on the vessel. And as a second stream, we have also a service, maintenance service fee for a contract up to 20 years. And this is what we signed, for example, with the Japanese Line. On top of this one, we are targeting to implement a leasing business model that will help the ship owner, for example, or the one paying the bill, the fuel bill, as you were mentioning, to auto-finance the acquisition of the Seawing thanks to the fuel saving, for example.
Thank you. We have very short time just for one more question. David, would you like to ask something?
Yeah. Is it already full-scale proven, or is there some development to do before you can actually sell it commercially?
Exactly. So in terms of planning, so we ran the POC in 2016. Actually, we are running a test in operational condition onshore. And in 2021 is a big year for us, as we will deliver our first customer by the end of the year. So we will equip the Airbus vessels that you can see behind me by the end of the year.
Yep. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So now we're going to have Kleindel, I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, from Denmark.
Yeah, hello. That was almost spot on. Clean with the double I. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Jürgensen. I'm the founder and CEO of Clean. I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes explaining to you why the shipping industry needed our product. In less than 4 years, we have funded and developed the world's first dedicated cargo hold cleaning robot, which we commercially launched last year. That was in order to address the 15,000 bulk carriers out there cleaning tediously, manually, their ship between cargoes, spending 100 million liters of chemicals, which are all being released into the sea after the cleaning process. The next 5 minutes, I will not talk about the cargo hold robot. I'll talk about the product we have in our pipeline entering the market very soon, which is the world's first proactive underwater hull cleaning robot. So why do the industry need our robots? Despite shipping being a very environmentally form of transporting goods, they are still, as he's already mentioned, releasing a lot of greenhouse gases and CO2, spending more than $200 billion on fuel annually by operating the ship. And if the underwater area of all the ships around the world was absolutely clean and smooth, that number would be as low as 400 million. So we're saving 100 million tons of CO2 emission, which is huge. So why this saving not there? Because most ships are sailing around with a penalty due to fouling on the underwater hull. Fouling can consist of slime, it can consist of algae, even in some cases animal fouling, which are attached to the underwater hull. And when these animals and plants are attached to the underwater hull, that increases the roughness of the ship and thereby also the fuel consumption. This is not only a financial disaster, of course, for the shipping company, but also it translates into a massive increase in release of the greenhouse gases. For every ton of fuel, of the heavy bunker fuel, it releases 3 tons of CO2, greenhouse gases. So that is a huge incentive for the shipping companies to invest in a clean hull. Most companies spend more than 50% of their entire budget on fuel, and in some cases up to 80% of the budget is on fuel costs. Maersk alone spent 5 billion euro in 2018 on fuel. So there's a huge incentive of keeping the hull clean. It is publicly estimated that between an average stocking of a ship, the average fuel penalty of the world fleet is between 15 to 20%. Hence the reduction in potential CO2 reduction of having a hull clean. These numbers are confirmed by even the largest ship owners out there and operators, so and the IMO. So it's not something that we are coming up with. So when fouling of ship is such a big issue, why don't they do anything about it? Every ship in the world, more or less, is coated with a paint called anti-fouling paint underwater. They spend enormous amount of money on dry docking ships and coating the ships in order to prevent the fouling of the ships. A ship through its lifetime is dry docked every 3 to 5 years, 5 to 10 times over the lifetime of the ship, and often represent 5 to 15 million US dollar only in the dry docking cost itself. When a ship is dry docked, it's taking out of service, and when it's taking out of service, it's not making any revenue. In some markets, shipping is up and down, but it can go up to 200,000 US dollar of lost revenue per day whenever a ship is taken into a dry dock. Dry dock ship out of operation is usually 4 to 6 weeks, so it's a huge amount of money spent on dry docking and painting ships. So what happened to all this paint applied during dry docking? So they are slowly released into the sea. They contain heavy metals, they contain biocides, they contain microplastic, and these chemicals in the paint is supposed to reject or deplete the fouling attached to the hull. All the paint is released slowly into the sea over the 5-year period, and then it's docked again, and then reapply the coating system. It doesn't take a lot of time and an idle vessel to get growth on the underwater hull, so a lot of ships are being cleaned regularly. We believe it's time for a change. Ships are being coated and maintained since early 1900s, taking into dock, painted in operation. We believe that we have found the solution for that. We have a fully automated ship-installed robot that can maintain a hull clean at all time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you, but it's all the time we have. So questions? Raise your hand. Yes. Okay, everybody has a question. Okay, so we're going to have to answer quickly so we can fit everybody. So I will start with Kari, please.
Just the kind of value proposition of displacing dry docks. I was wondering, there's the scope of a dry dock is not just replacing anti-fouling, I guess. So how many of those can you kind of avoid by using your technology of a life of ownership rather than?
We probably cannot avoid any dry docking cost, but we can avoid the cost of the paint in the dry docks. So the incentive is reduction of fuel consumption and the paint in the dry docks. The dry dock, the painting of a ship in dry dock represents a large amount of the docking cost.
Next, David.
Yeah, I was wondering, your unique value proposition is more or less in the proactive cleaning and not so much in the reactive cleaning. As you might know, we are investor in Fleet Cleaner as Rotterdam Port Fund. So I'm very much interested in what is this about? This proactive cleaning.
Proactive cleaning, fleet cleaner, I know very well. I also know the guys down there. It's a completely different approach. So, as a ship owner and as a paint supplier, even you don't want any fouling on your ship at any time, because as soon as you start cleaning a ship with fouling, on traditional anti-fouling, you destroy the paint, and you already lost a lot of revenue and speed from the vessel will completely clean until you need to clean it today. So this way, we will always maintain and clean. The robots are installed on the ship permanently, and they will keep the ship clean anywhere in the world you are.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks. Magnus?
I cannot hear you. You are muted.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
Sorry, do you clean as you sail, or do you clean in port?
We don't clean in port. We want to get away from the restrictions of collecting material. And the only reason why those restrictions are there today is because you're cleaning heavily fouled ships.
But you do it during sailing?
Yeah.
Okay, we move to Nicholas. Next question.
Now that you said that you can clean during sailing, is it easy to train the crew to operate the robot?
It's not crew operated, it's fully automated. So
okay.
It's simplified, a push of a button, and it starts cleaning. And of course, you don't clean in heavy seas or storms and everything. But that's a target, yes.
So the crew simply has to put it on the hull and that's it, and then it just starts up. Okay.
Okay, and the final question from Josko.
Who is your customer and what is the business model?
Basically, any major owner and operator who has an influence or paying for the fuel. And the business model can be a lease model, it can be a selling model. We are also leasing our cargo hold robot to customers. So we are both leasing and selling the robots.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Thomas, for answering all the questions in time. So now we're going to move to another Danish company, Dacoma. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are seated comfortably. Well, then I will take you out to the North Sea on a stormy and cold winter day. Strong winds, huge waves, 25 people out on a boat like this. Terribly seasick, rocking and rolling. They have a job to do. Build wind turbines or service them or repair them. That still requires people out there. So 160 days a year, actually. The weather is so bad that it is not safe to bring these brave people out there. So, almost half of the remaining 205 days, the people get terribly seasick so that they are not fully productive. This comes at a price. It costs the global wind farm industry close to 500 million euro a year in lost tariffs from electricity sales. Or you can also put it in another way. This corresponds to 2 months of electricity consumption of Denmark. Hello, my name is Arne Baurichter. I'm the founder and CEO of Dacoma, a startup in Denmark. And let's have a look at a small video where I explain how we are going to solve this problem.
We have developed a system that is based on what we call an air keel. This buoyancy body can be swung from side to side so that it damps roll motions of the boat. It covers very little space inside the boat. It also lifts up the boat, so it saves fuel.
So with our stabilizer, wind turbines can be serviced 40 days more a year. The technicians are fully productive another 100 days a year. And if the global fleet of crew transfer vessels was equipped with our system, then carbon emissions equal to 21,000 cars can be cut a year. And our customers can make money with it. They can increase their profits by almost 35%. One of the reasons that we outperform our competitors is that these systems, they work with basically all the boats that are used in this industry. I mean, monohull catamarans and trimarans. As exposed to the fin stabilizers, they also work at low speeds and at rest. and they're much more efficient and also much less space consuming than gyro stabilizers. We have built a prototype into a fast rescue vessel from our partners Tuko Yachts in Denmark and have tested it out on the sea, so we know that it works. Our direct customers are crew transfer vessel operators. They get charter contracts for crew transfer from wind farm operators and also from OEMs. So they built and designed their own boats. They would buy their equipment and then sold also our stabilizers directly from us. We do the design work at home. We procure all the parts and then ship it to the shipyards where it's going to be built into the ships and delivered. Other revenue streams of our business are service and spare parts and also ship motion data. So how do we make money? The system of let's say a 24-meter catamaran would cost 75,000 euro for us to build. We sell it for 250,000 euro. Over a 10-year period, the system would cost 37,000 euro a year, including maintenance and spare parts. And on the benefit sides, our customer can make 100,000 euros more money every year because they can extend their operations into the bad weather window, and they have customers who are happy because the productivity is increased significantly. Market potential is huge. It's about 1.4 billion euros. We will get into the market and have 20 million euros sales by 2025. This needs an ambitious team. We have two youngsters, engineers, who are Morten and Sophus, who are taking care of the control system and also the software and the 3D engineering and the mechanical engineering. I try myself to support the team with my experience from product launches and also from scaling out in the market in global markets. Then on the board we have two very renowned gentlemen, Torben Raun.
Time's up.
Yes.
Sorry for being so strict. Okay, questions. Okay, let's start with Josko.
Thank you. So from what you described, this sounds like a new design market, right? You have to build the ships that include your design. Is there an aftermarket, for example?
No, sorry, that's not true. I mean, we can refit the boats with our stabilizers, so we will build it in. So initially, the market would be like refitting some of the existing crew transfer who have a big problem with roll motions, but also the new builds can be fitted with our system.
Okay. We had a question. I think Magnus, you had a question.
Just one quick question. Have you been able to protect this product with IP if there's anything in shipping? I know that copy paste is widely used.
Yes, we do have one patent on the stabilizer system itself, and we have two patents pending. One on making an adaptive control system much more fancy and better, and also one on the heel control. There's another advantage of our system, so you can actually adjust the heel so that you can pick up cargo over the freeboard for smaller or thinner monohull vessels, for example. They have a problem that the crane capacity can be limited. So we can use our stabilizers as the feet on the crane truck, so to say, right, to increase the crane capacity. So that's another patent which is pending.
Okay, I believe David, you had a question as well.
Yeah, how does your solution compare to the larger gangways? As in crew transfer, it's also about getting into the windmill at a height.
Very good question. You see, there's a trend in crew transfer now going to larger vessels. I mean, for two reasons. One is if you go out on the wind farms a little bit further out the coast, you want to have the people to stay out there a couple of days or 3 days. So you need much more larger vessels, much more comfortable vessels. And these catamarans, we know that they have a big problem of roll motions. And that also, of course, limits the use of walk-to-work solutions like the one from Zeebridge, for example, in the Netherlands. So I think our technology would be an enabler for these walk-to-work solutions.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I still have 1 minute. Any more questions? Okay, Kare.
Yeah, so I think one key aspect of your value proposition is that you can increase the uptime of the wind turbines in general. So I was wondering then how much downtime on these installations is kept prolonged due to the weather window that you are trying to address and helping.
Yeah. So the idea is that we increase the seaworthiness of the vessels. I mean, and then for this industry, it means 0.5 meter significant wave height more certified. That means 40 days more on the sea. I mean, if you make the statistics. So right now, for example, most of the vessels, they are limited to, let's say, they can sail out to, let's say, 1.75 meter significant wave height. If we can widen the operation window by just 0.5 meter, I mean, that corresponds to 40 more days out there.
Very good. Thank you so much for your presentation, for your pitch. And now we have a Finnish company, Seaber.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Sebastian Sjöberg. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Seaber, a startup from Finland. And we are developing software for schedule planning and related communication for charters and ship owners operating in the bulk shipping industry. The Seaber core team, 10 persons in total, and in combination with our advisors, we have extensive experience of software development, but also from the shipping industry. Personally, I've been working with software for the shipping industry almost for 20 years. And the main problem we are solving now with Seaber is the scheduling solution. And the industry problem we are solving is actually that vessels are sailing up to 40% in ballast. In other words, they are sailing empty. So now we'll have a look at our introduction video to explain the problem a bit more in detail.
90% of the world's trade is carried by sea. But did you know that bulk accounts for 80% of that? In the bulk market, schedule planning and communication can be challenging. Schedules are planned with several inefficient spreadsheets and require endless amounts of messages. So, if you need to manage your cargo orders and fleet schedule and minimize ballast voyages, what do? With Seaber, users can plan and optimize regional balance, cargo flows, and fleet schedules, as well as allocate orders to the correct contracts, resulting in reduced ballast voyages and increased vessel utilization. More efficient communications means less time waiting in port. Seaber helps you focus on what's important, saving time and money. You can also use your data to improve efficiency and reduce emissions. Our users finally have a tool that streamlines every element of their planning by optimizing cargo flow and vessel positions, gathering relevant information for better decision-making, and replacing endless spreadsheets and emails with automatic updates. With Seaber, it all gets easier.
So what makes Seaber special is that we have developed a schedule planning for the very early stage of the process. And we can take into account multiple cargoes going from multiple ports to multiple ports. And in addition to that, we have the communication and data sharing to all the involved stakeholders, which means that whenever the planner is looking at different scenarios, which is continuously changing, then he will have the updated situational awareness of where the ship is actually going at the moment and can make planning accordingly. And in that process, doing it manually with the latest technology, we have the possibility to add machine learning to that process and improve the optimization algorithms that we can implement in that process as well. And currently, the industry, both on the charters and ship owners, they are using Excel for this specific process, and naturally email for all the communication. And there we see that there's a big gap in solution offerings at the moment. The estimated savings that we can bring with our solution is more than 3%, but this comes from a combination of reducing the ballast voyages and also reducing delays in port. And depending on, of course, the user, the planner's organization, charter or ship owner, and what kind of ships they have, the amount of ships and the amount of shipments, these savings can result up to everything between 1 and 30 million euros on an annual basis. And the market size for supply chain software is estimated to be up to 25 billion by 2025. And of that part, the planning solution software is estimated to be around 1 billion. And we are targeting to get up to 20% of that market. We already have commercial contracts in place. And in the near future, our system will be taken into commercial use among the customers. And then, of course, we will get more data for this. And we're looking for partners, early adopters, and investors to scale up our business.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. So, questions, we start. So, okay, we have almost everybody. So, Josko, you were the first to raise your hand. Let's go.
Thank you. This sounds like a no-brainer. So my question is, how come nobody else thought about it? Okay, but more importantly, I'm interested to understand what is your sustainable competitive advantage? What prevents somebody else from doing the same thing tomorrow?
That's a very good question. We see that our approach is we are approaching the charters, but also providing additional value to the ship owners. So independently who operates the ships benefits from the system. And there's also this network effect from when the users are working on our platform, doing the planning and sharing the information, then there's kind of value from the platform itself. Of course, then we have the possibility to integrate to other systems as well. But the future will tell how this is proceeding. The digitalization in shipping is heavily going on at the moment, so it will be interesting to see how it proceeds.
Thank you. Niklas?
Just a quick one on ship brokers. Are you trying to replace them, or is it just an additional tool, let's say, to support them?
This is an additional tool to support them. I think ship brokers, they are part of the industry, and I don't think they're going anywhere. It might be that the way they are supporting the industry is going to change, but in our case, there will be ship brokers as a part of the users inputting of information, as well as port agents and freight forwarders and all the different stakeholders in the industry.
Great. Magnus, you also had a question.
Yeah. Do I understand you correctly that you initially are aiming, targeting charters and brokers and those optimizing the voyage, but are you also matching cargo and tonnage providers? Because that's where you really have the open space, and then there I guess you have some resistance because the knowledge there is where you take out your margin if you're good at matching cargo and tonnage.
Yeah, we are not optimizing the voyage. We are on the earlier stage, which means matching, looking at the cargo demand and ship owners. But this is a controlled environment in that sense, so it's not any open marketplace. It's those stakeholders that are today already communicating about available cargo and available tonnage. They are the ones who are cooperating, but on our platform. So it's more of providing a platform to the existing stakeholders to share the information and in a controlled manner and then optimize. So in terms of schedule changes or a combination of cargo and so forth.
Great, thank you. Kari, did you have also a question?
I was maybe just building on Josko's comment as well, that in the sense that there are a lot of players, and it doesn't sound like that complex thing to solve. So how are you able to persist some of the other actors out there? And then how much traction have you already gotten, so that you can stay at least ahead of the game?
Yeah, we have contracts in place, and yes, there are a lot of software players in the field. We see the main players are, of course, ERP providers, both on the charter side and then also on the ship owner side. And then you have also different software marketplaces that are kind of like touching on this subject. We see that this is about partnership. And there's a space for everyone. And I think the modern technology that we are using and combining with the multiple cargoes handling at the same time and optimization algorithms will give our users and our company an advantage.
Great. Was there any more questions, or otherwise? Thank you, Sebastian. Good luck. And we have now SME from Cyprus, Ship Reality.
Good afternoon from Athens. I'm Georgios Bourgios. I'm the CEO of Ship Reality. At Ship Reality, we develop ship design and remote operations software using mixed reality, augmented reality, and virtual reality. Our team consists of 3 professors from the National Technical University of Athens, from the Marine Engineering and Ship Design, and our story goes back almost 32 years, as I met one of the professors as graduate students at Princeton University. I spent most of my career as a trader in Wall Street, and coming back to Greece, we formed Ship Reality about 3 years ago. Our chief commercial officer is actually a lady that has been covering ship owners for the last 20 years for the major banks, and our engineers are the top graduates from the National Technical University of Athens. We addressed the 3 major challenges of the shipping industry: the decarbonization and the energy transition that is going to take place, the sustainability and the digitalization of the shipping industry. This is an industry that we still have design data in PDF forms, and we need to move into the Industry 4.0 and remote operations. The stakes are enormous, considering there's going to be about 40,000 ships within the next couple of years or decade. We'll have to go through a series of retrofits and modifications in order to reduce greenhouse emissions, convert into greener energy, install water ballast treatment systems, or risk becoming stranded assets without being able to get charter rates or financing. At the same time, we have most of the experts cannot travel from the ships, from the offices to the ships because of the travel restrictions, and that cannot operate safely and efficiently the ships. We have 2 proprietary technologies: the design, which is the state-of-the-art design software for ship retrofits, and a remote software which enables various remote operations for the shipping industry. We have been part of the 2 leading ocean tech accelerators in the world, Catapult Ocean in Oslo, Norway, and the Creative Destruction Lab in Halifax, Canada. During the 3 years that we've been operating, we received awards for the design software from Airbus and grants and partnerships from the major software firms in global, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Autodesk, Dassault, and a few others. Our ship design software is a completely leap from how design takes place currently. We go directly into the 3-dimensional space, where we connect points in the 3-dimensional space with optimal pipe routing algorithms, and these can run on most boundary conditions that we can define within the ship. Then the connections are generated with a gamification process, the drag and drops, the same like Minecraft in a sense. And our software is operable in virtual reality and mixed reality. What we end up is a software that is 10 times faster than what exists in the market. It can be automated and optimized, and this is applicable to other industries as well. On the remote side, we just finished a remote inspection with mixed reality with Bernard Schulte on one of their container vessels traveling in the ocean, where we connected the office expert to the chief engineer on board to be able to inspect a series of machinery with instructions from the office. These type of applications, except the reduced travel and emissions, they are a major value to improve safety and efficiency during these times. We have two revenue streams. The first, licensing of our design and remote software, and the second is a platform that we have developed where a lot of the tools, the XR tools that we have developed, are used to, in a sense, with other third parties, to capture a lot of the life cycle applications for the shipping industry. We've been working with clients, the leading ship owners of the world, the classification societies, including ABS, RINA, and DMVGL, engineering schools like the University of Strathclyde that uses our tools to train their engineers, and design firms. We are a very ambitious group, and we see great opportunities ahead on the design side, where we are competing with the big names of the CAD industry, the Dassault, the Siemens, the Autodesk. We consider our software could be a potential target for these companies. On the remote side, we have a game-changing inflection point in a sense, because LiDAR-enabled mobile phones have come out in the market, which enables to do a lot of the AR on the remote side that we had to use very specialized equipment before. And on the platform side, there's enormous opportunity to
Time's up.
We're raising €1 million. Thank you. It's the first funding after a Catapult Ocean seed fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Georgios. So over to our investors' questions. Kari, and then over to Nicholas. Yes.
So it's a topic that I don't know too much about myself, but to me it sounds like you have created a more efficient, faster design tool, which is more kind of adaptable for the digital world. Is that correct?
It's more specialized and adaptable for retrofits. Most of the design software that exists is very complicated for retrofitting ships. It's mostly to build new ships.
Yeah. And then I would ask then, how much of a typical retrofit would you contribute to reducing in value? What's the value that you are able to produce for the ship owner who wants to retrofit something?
Well, the value is on time, so time out of the market, and optimization. For instance, if you have systems that run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if you cannot optimize the connections, you have thermodynamic losses, and the thermodynamic losses eventually lead, over the many, many years into fuel savings and operation efficiency.
Thank you. Over to Nicholas.
George, what do you consider to be the largest opportunity for your company going forward?
Right now, we have built up all, in a sense, the toolbox, a lot of the tools that are needed to create a lot of the remote applications and other life cycle applications for the vessels. Connecting this with a lot of the data that comes, for instance, with the preventive maintenance systems of the ship owners, or even the data that classification societies like DMVGL have, we can, in a sense, create all this data, distribute them in space, and that's how all these applications then can solve problems that have to do with the life cycle of the vessels. And this will be probably added on through the years, and now that we have funds that we can use some of these things, there's basically no limitation.
Do we have more questions from our jury? Okay, so starting with David, and then we have Magnus.
Yeah, I was wondering, why are you focusing on ships only, as it appears that this technology can be put to work in many, many, many different sectors?
You are right, and we are not only focusing in shipping. In Canada, we have looked into offshore marine platforms, and we are in discussions with parties that, they want, for instance, the optimization algorithm is fitted for a lot of industries as well.
Okay, thank you.
Magnus?
what is the largest challenge you have if I come with you with a ship? Not all ships have drawings that you are easily unavailable, I guess. What is your biggest challenge if I came to you and said, I want to retrofit a scrubber, for example, and I want you to help me?
You are absolutely right. This is an industry that existing ships do not have digital CAD data. Everything is PDF files. So every part of a retrofit starts from scanning the existing structure. That's how you get us build models for ships. That information is almost impossible to use. The ship industry, the ship owners don't know how to use it. And most of the engineering firms that do the design, they don't have native tools. So they use software tools from the CAD firms, but they also only look at the designs as a reference. So they don't use it as part of their engineering, in a sense, equations to solve inside that space. And we have developed the tools to be able to visualize the point clouds, combine them with the CAD. That's how we do the design. That's how we run the optimal pipe routings in there. It's a live part of how we understand the geometry of ships.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Georgios, and good luck as well to you. So I think with that, we are concluding our category, our green shipping solutions. I would like to thank our jury for the engagement as well. You know, you're going to be filling also our scoreboard for the results. I thank all the finalists as well for your time today. And then we're just going to have a very short break and come back with the sustainable feed and food from the ocean. So thank you.
Hello and welcome back. We are now in our third category for the BlueInvest pitch competition. And this one is on sustainable food and feed for the ocean. I'm very excited to introduce to you our very active panel of investor judges. Joost Mathiesen, Director of Venturing at Nutreco. Hi, Joost. Christian Lim, co-founder and managing partner of Blue Oceans Partners. Hello, Christian. Sverre Martinsen, a founder and general partner of the new Find Ocean Ventures. Hello, Sverre. Michael Kleindel, who you've met this morning, founder and managing partner of Blue Horizon Ventures. Hi, Michael. And Eric Archambault, who you also met this morning, he's the co-founder and partner of Astonor Ventures. Hello again, and thank you for being with us and for coming back this afternoon. On the other side, we have our top finalists for this category, Calidris Bio from Belgium, and here with us is Johan Gereert, Investalga Ati SL from Spain, and we have Lara Arroyo. Itinsect from Italy, we have Alessandro Romano. Landing Aquaculture BV from the Netherlands, we've got Carlos Alberto Espinal. And we have Red Rose Developments Limited from Ireland, Anne Ruddy. Hi, Anne. So, guys, I think by now we know the drill. There's 5 minutes of pitching, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A. Investors, you've got to raise your hand when you want to ask a question, and you complete your digital scorecards at the end. And so with that, let's begin with Calidris Bio. Over to you, Johan.
Okay, I think you will first start with our little movie. This was foreseen, I hope so.
Okay. Let's roll the movie.
De groeiende wereldbevolking voeden met duurzaam eiwit op basis van opgevangen CO2, dat is de droom die Calidris Bio vanuit BlueChem probeert te verwezenlijken. Tegen 2050 zijn we met 9 miljard mensen en de huidige technologie die laat niet toe om al deze monden te voeden op een duurzame manier. Maar Calidris Bio heeft daarom een nieuwe fermentatietechnologie ontwikkeld die je eigenlijk kan vergelijken met het brouwen van bier. Alleen in plaats van mout te gebruiken, zoals bij het brouwen van bier, gebruiken wij opgevangen CO2 en hernieuwbare energie. Zo kunnen wij op een natuurlijke manier voedzame eiwitten produceren met een lage ecologische voetafdruk en minimaal watergebruik. Onze eiwitten zijn een alternatief voor milieubelastende producten zoals soja en vismeel die nu massaal in diervoeder gebruikt worden, zoals bijvoorbeeld voor het kweken van vis. Op termijn willen wij ons product ook verder ontwikkelen om naast in diervoeder ook in menselijke voeding te gebruiken.
Okay. As you saw, Kleindel Bio wants to produce microbial proteins by fermentation processes fed by a C1 carbon source, CO2, and renewable energy. Our first goal is the feed industry, and in particular the premium segments, and this in first place aquaculture. That's the reason we are participating to this. The food application is at this moment out of scope because it has a much too long go-to-market period. Our main difference with other players in the microbial proteins is that those are most looking towards a gaseous feedstock in their fermentation, and we are opting for a feedstock in liquid form. Kleindel Bio has multiple strains in portfolio. Two are actually being elaborated, one with focus on high protein content, the other on high protein content with extra beneficial properties, for instance, to make salmon a little bit more red rose. We made already some product. The process in any case is working. With the help of an open access upscaling facility. And this product is actually under examination, and the best indication, and the last indication shows an above expectations composition. For further upscaling tests and for more extended feed trials, Kleindel Bio needs for the years 2021 to 2023 €2 million. For the building of a small, fully integrated pilot plant for the further validation of the process, we expect a need of €4 million in the period 2023 to 2025. As Kleindel sees itself as a technology provider, our actual idea of recompensation for all our efforts is based on tech transfer deals from 2025 onwards, and royalties on the output of the plants built with that technology transfer later on. Our actual estimations of the operational costs of such factories and the value of the product as we see it now shows that such factories make economical sense. Kleindel Bio has already filed a patent claiming a more resources efficient, sustainable processes related to the use of renewable carbon sources. The four founders and are all actually engaged. You saw two of them in the movie. Are looking towards this innovation circle to help with the funding of €2 million in the period 22 this year until 2023, and this is apart from other expected grants from regional, in our case the Flemish region in Belgium, or European Union funding. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you very much. So I'm going to open the floor for questions now. And yes, let's start with you, Joost.
So, Johan, thanks for your pitch. Very interesting. And of course, I represent Skretting, Nutreco's aquaculture feed business. So this is very much up our alley. I have two main questions. First of all, on the technological differentiation of your process versus that of other microbial protein producers. You mentioned that your key differentiation is that your process is based on liquid feedstock versus gaseous feedstocks.
Yes.
Could you say more about that in terms of what the benefits and disadvantages are of your technology versus that of others? And my second question pertains to the output that you plan to produce. So what is the product that you're seeking to replace? Are you seeking to replace fish meal and soy, or rather higher value products that go into aquaculture feed?
For the second question is for me much easier to answer as the first one. As the market for fish, the aqua market is growing as fast as it's growing now. For us, in our actual estimations, there is no market limit. There can be produced 100,000 to 200, 300,000 tons of our proteins, which even will not change much to the market needs at this moment. As we are mentioning on aquaculture, in fact, there are two things. First is that soy proteins are not the best of all protein sources for fish. Fish meal is a better one, but fish meal had a disadvantage that this is a circular system of fish being fed by fish, and we want, with our sustainable system, break up this circular system. The first one, repeat, it was about competition.
Sorry, maybe to follow up on that. So you're planning to replace fish meal, and what's the price point that you're targeting to make this economically feasible?
And our actual estimations, we need to have a price of 1.7 euros a kilogram. But be sure it has also other advantages. We are still, it's as a protein source, it's much better as fish meal, and also as soy. That's for sure. But we are still investigating now on what are the real advantages of it to find a real market value. And for competition, yes, we are looking, first of all, we are not really looking to other competitors like algae production or insects. We are foremost looking to other companies, mostly Americans, who are using also fermentation processes to make single cell proteins. And some of them are using genetically modified organisms, which is very typical United States, but which is in Europe of no interest. And they are also those who are working with genetic modified organisms are at this moment also, as far as we know, working with a liquid carbon feedstock. And those others are working with a gaseous carbon feedstock. But some of our founders have a big experience in industrial working. And we know that when you go to a full-scale factory, for some reasons, a liquid fermentation is much more easy to operate as a gaseous one.
Right, so I'm going to have to stop you there, but thank you very much. We will have to go on with the next finalist. From Investalga ATSL Spain, we have Lara Arroyo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you very much for having selected us as finalists for this contest. Investalga is a young Spanish blue biotech founded by Juan Robles and me, Lara Arroyo, and devoted to the sustainable exploitation of seaweed's unique properties. The global demand for seaweed-based ingredients in the cosmetics, food, and pharma sectors is increasing exponentially. This increasing demand is causing an overexploitation of wild populations, which are also affected by other overarching processes such as climate change. Also, consumers demand products devoid of chemicals and obtained sustainably, but that are also safe, that is, contaminant-free. And these requirements cannot be met by current biomass sources based on wild populations. At Investalga, we provide a solution for this need, offering high-quality natural ingredients obtained from sustainably cultivated seaweeds. We have developed a proprietary technological platform enabling a full control of the value chain, from raw biomass production in controlled conditions at our seaweed cultivation facilities to the development of green extraction and downstream processing methods to produce replicable and sustainable bioactive compounds. This is our competitive advantage and the one that allows us to differentiate and provide tailor-made natural ingredients of premium quality for each of our customers in the nutrition, cosmetics, and pharma sectors. Our beachhead market now is a natural cosmetics and healthy food market in Europe, which is increasing exponentially with a year-over-year market growth estimation above 10%, fueled by the rising demand for natural-based organic products. Our deal is with food and cosmetic producers who require premium quality ingredients and are interested in the innovative, astonishing properties of marine seaweed bioactives. After 3 years devoted to an intensive R&D product and process development activity, we are now ready to start selling our products, for which we already have potential customers. In this sense, I must say that mentorship by BlueInvest has enhanced our investment readiness and promoted our European profile considerably. So thank you very much. During this year, our financial needs will be mainly focused on our beachhead market validation with financing based on regional and national public funding institutions. As of 2022, we plan to concentrate on the industrial scale-up of our facilities in order to increase our supply capacity, and we'll seek the financial aid of private investors. Our economic projections are very much associated to this roadmap and with the launching of our new products and ingredients with a clear takeoff of gross profits once our premium bioactive compounds are fully installed in the market. Investalga is integrated by a multidisciplinary team gathering experience in research, production, and product and business development. Juan and I have complementary profiles, his more concentrated on operational and technological development as a result of his experience in the engineering and consultancy sectors, and mine with more than 18 years experience in research in marine ecosystems and particularly in seaweed communities. We also count with Alberto as our aquaculture expert and with national and international strategic partners with whom we develop our research projects. As a team, we aim at being the European company of reference when it comes to the sustainable exploitation of seaweed's unique properties, but at the same time, making a significant contribution to climate change mitigation and the welfare of marine ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Lara. You actually still have a bit over a minute to speak, but then I will open the floor now to our investor panel for questions. And if there are any questions, maybe let's start with Michael.
Thank you for the presentation. One question: what will you be selling to the food companies or cosmetics companies? What's the product, the ingredient you will be selling?
We are selling, initially, we are selling just the seaweed themselves, like either dehydrated or in powder format. Those we are already even incorporating into our own products, our own line of cosmetic products. And eventually what we really hope is we are working now on an extract, sulfated polysaccharide, which has very good properties, both for food markets in many ways and also for cosmetics. And that is our main bet for the following months, this sulfated polysaccharide, which we believe can really make a very good impact.
What's the timing for that?
We are now ultimating the preservation technique because we already have extracted it and we have contrasted some of its properties, especially its composition. We have worked a lot on the composition because we want it to be as homogeneous as possible. so it can really be introduced into more specific markets such as the pharma market or cosmetics. And we are now finalizing really like the preservation protocols, and we will do like a last batch of analysis and activity, of course, once we have it, and that will be it. Yeah, we hope to be launching it soon.
Gracias.
Thank you, Eric. Eric?
Sorry. Can we drill down a little bit on your cost? Because I assume that if you want to have products that are pure enough for the cosmetic industry, you probably need to go indoors, which is capital intensive. So how do you see you scaling up and producing your seaweed at cost-efficient level? And also, how big do you need to be profitable?
That is a very good question. We have started indoors from the very start, because what we wanted to have is a completely controlled condition cultivation system. So we started with a multi-trophic cultivation with a turbot plant, and we were using like the effluent from the turbot, and we were working outside, and we realized it was impossible to control the biomass fully in those conditions, the same in the sea. So we went indoors, and of course the costs are much higher. But what we think is now we have like controlled light conditions, everything is like very much very expensive, but we think scaling up goes through maybe using some kind of outdoor facility which is covered, so we can use like the light from the sun to create big amounts of biomass. But then when we want to go into the extraction process or the specific compound production, then we will take it into a smaller scale and we'll concentrate the compound of interest, and then we can really like provide it. So on the one hand would be this big biomass production, minorizing costs outside, but then going on to our specific compounds inside, which is what we have been researching on all these years. But yeah, it's very difficult, we find, to provide big loads of biomass in our control conditions. Very difficult, very expensive, basically. Not difficult, it's just very expensive.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up questions? Yes, Sverre, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. I just wanted to hear a bit from the customer perspective. What feedback do you get from them on this product, and particularly this second stage product? What's the customer feedback so far?
So far, what we did as a strategy, we are not sure if it's really like a good one, because we are always balancing between the B2C and B2B like markets. So we thought a way in which we could present our products, our ingredients to potential B2B customers would be to launch our own cosmetic brand and food like a product brand. And that's what we did. So we have our own registered trademark, Algas de Cantabria, and we have soap, and we are releasing like face masks and now new like food products also. And the feedback up to now is that people are getting more and more interested into this. I mean, natural cosmetics, natural food is everywhere nowadays. It's increasing, like every day you go to the supermarket, you will find a new product which is naturally based, and 99% natural product. So whenever we speak about our ingredients, there is a very big interest for them. But I think the same questions that Eric was wondering, is this going to mean a very high price, are always there. So that's the main thing, I think, to try to reduce.
That's great. Jus, I will give you the last question if you still have it, but then let's answer in 30 seconds or less. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And thanks for your pitch. I was wondering about two aspects. One is the amount of downstream processing required in terms of drying and fractionation and further processing, as well as whether you use the full biomass or whether you use only part of the biomass, and what for the cosmetics application.
Well, initially what we wanted is a biorefinery process in which we use everything, the whole biomass. So what we're doing now, we are working on what we have developed is a green extraction method in which we use almost no chemicals at all. So it's all that we have been like working a lot on. And we have a very clean process in which the biomass that is remnant from the extraction process of our compound is completely clean, so it can be really incorporated into feed or be sold into some other product as biomass, because what we extract is only a portion of the compound. So the other part is perfectly usable also.
Great. Thank you so much, Lara. Let's go now to Alessandro from Itinsect.
Itinsect team has a sustainable mission, reducing overfishing not aimed at direct human consumption. 2050 will be a big year. By then, Europe aims at being carbon neutral. Aquaculture industry will have doubled, and the oceans risk to be completely empty. Yet aquaculture hugely affects the ocean wildlife, as we need 4 kilos of fish to grow 1 kilo of farmed fish. Fortunately today, a superhero is making his way into the aquafeed sector: insects. Insects turn agricultural waste into proteins. They're raised locally and avoid importing fish meal from across the globe, and they're microplastic free. They have huge potential, but they are expensive and inefficient to use in regular aquafeed. Itinsect helps the superhero thrive. We're not insect farmers, we are a research and production company, developing a specialized high moisture aquafeed that does not require the traditional and expensive extrusion method. We do it with a circular production process that both the environment and the stakeholders will benefit from. Insects and other agri-food byproducts are turned into a feed with a complete nutritional profile. What doesn't go in the feed, we either reintegrate in the energy cycle or sell it to the chemical industry. For 1,000 tons of Itinsect feed, we upcycle 1,000 tons of waste and decrease demand by 30 million fishes. This halves the emissions in production and stops the microplastic chain for a healthy fish on our table. Aquafeed represents 60% of a fish farmer's cost, and Itinsect is acting both upstream and downstream to improve the client's profit margin. With the fatter, faster technology, the fish will need to eat less food to reach market size. With the Zero Ocean Impact certification, the fish will stand out on supermarket shelves as sustainable, microplastic-free, and traceable through blockchain technology. We have discussed this with 15 fish farmers who believe in our value proposition, and 4 of them are our early adopters who opened their doors for preliminary testing, in view of a definite integration of the Itinsect aquafeed in their plants. All of them are representative of the bream, bass, and trout farmers in Europe, who spend 1 billion euros in feed every year, and whose market is growing 5% annually. Our strategy is starting from our home country plants to expand at European level. Compared to our competition, we combine a more agile and cost-effective production process with a higher nutritional efficiency of the end product. And today we're testing version 1 of the feed on 300 trouts. And we're performing multiple analyses in partnership with 4 universities. From April, we will be setting up a pilot program with the first client. And we plan to have delivered 5 tons of feed by the end of the year. In 2022, we're going to register 1 or more patents, and we will hit the market with 100 tons of feed. In our circular revenue model, more sustainable means more profitable. The certificate is issued for a fish raised on insect feed for its lifetime, creating a customer loyalty for at least 24 months. And we monetize both on the feed and the byproducts from sales. Our business guys have a wide aquaculture network, and our core activity is possible due to 6 specialized biologists and biotechnologists, to whom we're committing the majority of our budget. The aim of our investment is 5 tons of experimental production in the first year and 100 tons of commercial production in the second year. We have raised a quarter of the first year's budget, and we're seeking an investment of 750,000 euros to start the production line. We welcome your contribution to make aquaculture sustainable. Thank you, the EatInsect team.
Thank you, Alessandro. So I see Christian's got a first question for you. Christian? And then... Yeah.
Thank you, Alessandro, and for a very interesting value proposition. Can you elaborate on the process to go from the insect to what I understand is a complete feed? Are you using the whole insect? Are you using it in the powder form? Do you use additional inputs? You seem to suggest they're coming from waste, but is it only from waste? And why moisture end product? Because that's heavy, and so it could add on the cost of the end product. So if you can elaborate on this, it would be helpful.
Thank you very much, Christian. So to start with the insect source, our interest is in defatted insect powder. So we're more interested in the protein part of it rather than the fat and the chitin that comes with it. For what concerns the humidity, the moisture content of the feed, it is so the price is calculated on the material when it's dry, and then it goes through. So it has a high moisture content, but it varies. So the moisture content varies across the production line. So the price is calculated on when the feed is dry, and that dry content is where the nutritional factor is, and so that's what we have the customer pay.
Thank you. Sverre first, and then Michael, and then Eric.
Thank you. Thank you. Great presentation. Could you please elaborate a bit on the production process and how you plan to scale your production to make it cost effective?
Yes, the production process. So it's not traditional for aquafeed. So normally it's an extrusion with machinery that is extremely expensive as a capital cost at the time of the acquisition. In our case, it's a series of how to explain it in English, but it's the extraction of the proteins and the other nutritional factors that we have in the byproducts from the agri-food industry. We extract it through some heating and cooling methods rather than with chemicals. We don't use any chemicals at all. So yes, that's the production process is more. It's completely circular, and everything is there's no chemicals used in it.
Thank you, Michael, and then Eric.
I actually had no question.
Oh, sorry. Let's go to Eric then. Thanks.
Question is ahead. So. Well, my question is really about competition, and I don't want to, put you on the spot here. But why would what you are doing would be better than say Skretting? If Skretting uses insects in their feed, why would your product be better? And do you have any data that shows the health benefits over other people that could do that with insects too?
Mm-hmm. Skretting includes the.
I don't want to pick on Skretting, but since
No, but it's a very legit question because Skretting keeps the traditional extrusion, adding the insect powder as a substitute of the fish meal. Mm-hmm. In our case, we optimize the yield of the insect powder itself. As we extract only the protein that we need, and we have the lowest possible levels of chitin and fats, and part of the protein goes through a pre-digesting process, so that the nutritional efficiency is higher in the stomach of the fish.
You measured that?
We are measuring it during this the test that we're carrying on right now. And the results will come in end of February.
Thank you.
So come back to us then. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Alessandro. Let's now go to Carlos from Landing Aquaculture. Your audio is not working, Carlos.
Now
there we go. Yes, fantastic.
Hi.
Go
yes.
on.
I'm happy to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity. Landing Aquaculture is a Dutch engineering firm. We are a small team of engineers, aquaculture engineers, environmental engineers. And we specialize in recirculating aquaculture and in water treatment technologies for aquaculture. As a company, we try to work seriously, but at the same time having fun and transparently. So that keeps things rolling. And today I want to talk about our solution for treatment of processed water in fish transport vessels. Fish transport vessels are instrumental in salmon farming, Chile and Norway, Scotland, Canada. These vessels are used to transport fish between farming sites and from farming sites to processing plants. And these suppose an epidemiological risk or a pollution risk as the boats move from one side to another. There's regulation in place, especially in Norway, to prevent or reduce the risk, but complying with the protocols comes at a significant cost, because the boat needs to spend valuable time moving to safe areas, loading water or discharging water in specific areas, and so on. So our solution to that is to supply this market with a set of technologies that allow the ships to close and keep the water inside in a pathogen-free and fouling-free environment. With this, we expect that the vessels will have a significant cost savings on their day-to-day operations, that they don't have to spend time doing things that are not core business, transporting fish. The market that we have identified is about 100 boats, 50 in Norway, 50 in Chile. Chile is a much more heterogeneous market with many companies owning many vessels. Norway is far more consolidated. And we estimate that the value of this market should be between 10 million and 20 million euros based on the price tag of the product that we have placed at the moment. This product is a prototype to treat blood water in fish harvest vessels. This is like new generation vessels that lift the salmon out of the water and bleed them and slaughter them. That water gets polluted with fish blood, and it's a very, very high strength water, and we have to treat it somehow. So our first prototype went into tackling that. That led us to get a Dutch patent awarded, and we have the international patent coming soon. We see ozonation and chlorination system integrators as our main competitors, but these, as far as we know, sell their products at pretty much twice the price of our prototype, which is still a prototype. UV disinfection system integrators are obviously universal, but they basically disinfect water alone. And we could also see water treatment companies and even aquaculture companies jumping into this market, but we haven't seen them yet. But again, they could be competitors. Our advantage comes first and foremost from cost. We see that we can offer a performing system that basically costs half as a competing product. And our advantage comes from our flexibility and adaptability as an engineering firm. We can adapt the process to either very polluted or very, very diluted waters, both of which have challenges. And we can adapt the design to different vessel layouts. We want to launch the business model with direct sales of the bank products to the market and license these products to selected partners. And we want to keep the design and the IP in-house. In the long term, maintenance and spare parts could also be a viable part of the business. And we don't want to stay there. We want to scale it up by extending the van care line to fish farms, biorefineries, and slaughterhouses. For this, we need 500,000 over the next 18 months, and that will help us launch the first commercial version, field testing, licensing, and so on. And we can access these funds through investments and a combination with grants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carla. So I open the floor to questions. Are there any questions coming from the panel? And okay, first Sverre and then Just.
Thanks for your presentation. That was certainly interesting. So two questions from me. First is where are you currently? What stage are you at? How close are you to launching a pilot product? And then secondly, have you been in discussions with any customers around this, and what's your feedback you get so far?
Yeah, thank you. The prototype was launched and installed in a commercial vessel for some field trials. We estimate that we could launch a commercial version between about, let's say, in between about 12 months or so, having to redesign the unit around being a bit more ergonomic and not looking like a mean machine as it looks right now. The feedback has been encouraging. First of all, they were very attracted by the savings. They claim, or they think this investment in their vessels could pay off in a few months out of the savings of less harbor time or less time traveling offshore to dump or load water in. The other feedback that we got from them is they are very interested in concentrating the particles and the waste that we separate in the process and try to use that, obviously, upcycle it as a protein source. As our technology has not gotten there yet, but they were excited about the possibility that the technology could offer because we separate a lot of the waste.
Thank you. Just?
My question, I think, is a further specification of the question that's very answered, because I could see as an obstacle to selling this kind of solution is, of course, that these ships have a long life cycle, and that this hardware is expensive to invest and probably also cumbersome. How do you expect to address that obstacle, and how will you convince ship owners to shift from their existing solution to yours?
Yeah, well, the first argument was an argument around cost. To them, the prototype made economic sense. In my opinion, coming from aquaculture, where savings are everything, I was thinking we could make it even cheaper, I think, and provide even more value. To me, it was an expensive piece of equipment. To them, it was affordable. So that first line was cleared. The next question around them in terms of value is not only the ships have a long lifetime, they are also very cramped. So you cannot just come up and install a standard off-the-shelf product most of the times. You're going to have to work around how you're going to adapt the system to a layout. And in that sense, they like the fact that we can come to them and have a discussion and pretty much design the application together, either on an existing ship or on a ship that is about to be built. And that was a very positive feedback we got from them as well. So I think it's a combination of both, again, cost or price, and the fact that we are open to working with them to an integrated solution instead of just simply saying, hey, here's the unit, take it or leave it.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Carlos. And finally, last but not least, we've got Anne from Red Rose Developments. Anne?
Yes. Good afternoon. I think there's a video showing right now. We came from the ocean. The cells were formed millennium ago from cells that came out of the ocean. It is our very lifeblood. It is how we can use what is over 70% of the planet and actually work with it sympathetically. Well, Red Rose Development is all about the seaweed. We cultivate, that's to say we grow it on long lines and in shallow water, but we also process, and that's very important because we're then obtaining the value from this amazing resource.
Promoting the use of seaweed, we will reduce our reliance on fossil-based fuels. By using seaweed, we can create substitute plastics. We can enhance our food and animal feed and use less water because we're growing in the ocean without the need of land or fresh water.
We're working on new foods and new health and well-being. It wasn't a conscious thing, but it's something that comes out naturally. So good afternoon. My name is Anne Ruddy from Red Rose Developments located in Northwest Ireland. Our mission is to create a profitable, sustainable supply chain for seaweed. Processing seaweed is necessary to create the value by releasing compounds to make life-saving drugs and reduce reliance on antibiotics. Providing food and feed while saving the planet through CO2 absorption. But seaweed decays within hours of coming out of the ocean, and stabilization through drying means a high carbon cost, but also we lose up to 70% of the biomass. Freezing is an option, but that too is energy intensive. Global seaweed markets are increasing up to 9 billion by 2027, and 90% of Irish seaweed stock sales comes from wild harvest. Increasing at a rate of 12% per annum, this is not sustainable. Cultivation is without doubt the way forward, but it is expensive, and there is this bottleneck in processing. We work with harvesters and seaweed farmers to become owner-operators of low capex units to stabilize stock close to source, increasing the value by creating liquid and solid outputs. If we can show the video, please. Well, seaweed harvesters have been around for generations, and they cut tons and they're paid by the ton. I would give them their own autonomy by having owner-operated units. We need to process swiftly and efficiently. We're using dairy technology, which separates the milk. We're using similar technology, albeit modified. The plan is to work with my harvesters and to develop owner-operated units. The system fits into a shipping container, so it's a very small modulated footprint. We take the processing to the seaweed, not the seaweed to the processing. We retain so many more minerals and so much bioactivity. Right, let me tell you about Jack. Jack is a harvester for 30 years, and he would love to share his passion and his heritage and knowledge with his children, his sons, his daughters, his grandchildren. But it's a cold and wet job, and it's very difficult to motivate the next generation to get cold and wet with a very low return. He earns 50 euros per wet ton. However, the system we're proposing means that we can protect the ecosystem in the marine because we're dealing with small units, but it's fully replicable because it's profitable. Using a franchise approach, we provide processing units, training, management, and support, and we guarantee to purchase both the liquid and solid outputs. And we identify the compounds and direct them to specific markets in fertilizer, in food, in feed, and pharmaceutical. We guarantee quality and consistency of supply by taking stock from a number of units. The markets identified include fertilizers, soil conditioning, food and feed, and nutraceuticals. The advantage of close-to-source processing means that not only do you capture the additional biomass that's currently being lost, but also those micronutrients and the microbial activity. We create more from less stock. The team to deliver this includes franchising experts, soil conditioning experts, working on the technical and mechanical side of things, profiling and analysis of seaweed, compounds and stabilization. So far, we've attracted $250,000 investment to date, get us where we are. We need 2 million to produce the prototype, to demonstrate replicability, quality, volume, and quality assurance.
Thank you.
We know that we can make a difference on so many levels. We can achieve this. We'd like you to join us on our journey. So please join us and help Jack to realize his legacy.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, so let's start with you, Christian.
Thanks, Anne. I think it's a great idea. The decentralizing processing makes a lot of sense. I think the key to what you're proposing is that what type of output you're going to produce with those units, and in particular, can it produce the whole value that can be generated from the seaweed, or just part of the products? Is it stable, and does it fit into the downstream process? So if you can elaborate on the output, that would be great.
Certainly. Thank you for that question, because it allows me to explain in more detail. The outputs will be in liquid and solid form. So this is basically seaweed juice, which has just been squeezed. But our proprietary knowledge of pre-treating seaweed of different species, and this is where we can extend the season, because we can treat different species based on their profile, using a combination of enzymes and mechanical to break down the cell structure. So at the point at which it's processed, it separates into either the nutrients going into the liquid and or the solid. The markets that we're talking to, let's say the pet food sector, they can identify very specific nutrients that they're looking for. When we centrally take the liquid and the solid, we will identify those nutrients, but of course it leaves so many more where we can target into other market sectors. So it's like giving somebody a box of chocolates and saying, well, yeah, you like the nuts, so you have all the nuts, but let me give the creams to somebody else. When actually, we actually meet the requirements specific to that marketplace.
Okay, any other questions? Is it all really clear? Wow. That's great. Christian, do you want to follow up? Okay.
Yes. And how stable is the seaweed juice? Yeah.
Again, that is one of the proprietary knowledge that we keep, because stabilization is absolutely key. And depending on the species, there will be some variety as to how we use that stabilization system. So basically what you're looking at is a flow through of both cultivated and wild stock. It will be pre-washed, pre-treated, based on the cell structure, processed, separated into liquid and solid, and then depending on the activity within each, we would stabilize that before centralizing.
All right. So thank you very much, Anne. And I think with that, we conclude the third pitch category. Investors, please complete your digital scorecards and then submit them. And finalists, all the best. Good luck. And we will see you for the fourth category. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. And we will see you at the awards. Thank you. With companies and with corporates. We have Olivier Ribaud, the co-founder and managing partner of Blue Oceans Partners. Hello, Olivier. Dominique Dirt, the Applied Development and Innovation Manager at Deme Group, who actually hosted our first corporate day. Hello, Dominique. We have Chris Gorell-Barnes, founding partner of Ocean 14 Capital. Hello, Chris, was there with us this morning. We have Andre Glassberg, managing general partner of Bandwidth Capital. Hello, Andre. And we have Pierre Rousseau, the lead for global sustainable finance investments at BNP Paribas. Hello, Pierre. And we have had a lot of conversations with these people over the past year. For our finalists, we've got from Desolinator in the Netherlands, Alexei Levin. We have Foru Solution BV, also from the Netherlands, Bert Sibinga. We've got Helix BV from the Netherlands, Marcel Alberts. Phi PC from Greece, Stavros Tsampanidis. And we've got Reef from the Netherlands, Jaime Asensio. And so let's get to it. And let's start with Desolinator. Over to you, Alexei.
Thank you very much. Water is our most valuable but also our most undervalued commodity. And we would argue that the sustainable production of clean water is the next frontier in addressing our planetary boundaries. And there's a real urgency to this. The UN estimate is that by 2030, nearly half the world's population won't have reliable access to a clean water supply. But it goes much further than the provision of water. If we can address water provisioning in a sustainable way, we can also impact the resilience of communities. We can reduce the carbon, not only from the production of water, but also from the supply chain around water and plastics. And we can also serve to protect our oceans. So in the old way of, let's say, the provisioning of water, it's about centralized infrastructure where we don't count the cost to our planet, where we use chemicals in an abundant way, and where we really don't look at the true cost, the overall cost to us and our planet. In the desalinator way, we approach things a little bit differently. At Desalinator, we've developed a series of technologies, and our flagship product, part of which you can see behind me, is a 100% solar-powered water purification technology. This system, with a single module, will purify 250,000 liters of high-quality water per day. We don't use any harmful chemicals in this process. We don't use any membranes. This is a thermal technology. And what it means is that in the right scenarios, we can produce water using abundant resources like the sun, like the sea, without damaging our oceans, and best of all, doing it at a cost of less than $1 per 1,000 liters. That's a game changer for many parts of the world. So our business focus is very much on high value applications as we develop the business. We're currently going live with our first large scale installation in Dubai for the Dubai government. That will be announced in the next month or so. We announced our second large scale installation at the end of last year, which is with Carlsberg. And you know, working with companies like Carlsberg and the Dubai government, these are really progressive organizations who really have made the bridge and understand the nexus of water and energy. We're also seed funded by one of the leaders in the industry, and we're currently closing out our Series A round. So it's been an interesting time to do that during COVID, but we're very happy that we're coming out of an even stronger company coming out of COVID. We're a Dutch company. We're 50% female. We've made big efforts to focus on our culture right from the start. And I can say that we bring a very fresh perspective, both on water and with our technology to the market. I'll leave you with one thought. If I hold up 2 glasses of water today and one has been produced using fossil fuels, transported in a lorry in plastic, and the other has been produced from the power of the sun locally, why should they have the same value today? And that's our deep game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexei. So I open the floor for questions. Investors, raise your hand if you've got a question, and let us start with Andre and then Pierre.
You said something about your demographics. Half of the staff is female. What I have not heard either or seen in your deck is what are the competencies of the founders related to the specific endeavor?
Sure. Well, we only have so much time, but I'm a co-founder together with William. On my part, I've worked in a number of industries. I've set up several ventures. One of them is a crowdfunding company in the UK, which has raised over 100 million from the crowd to support renewable projects in the UK, and developed several products more on the commercial side, one of which we exited to a very known global consumer electronics company. So experience in startups, experience in product. My co-founder, William, is really an inventor and came at this through a eureka moment, is an engineer by training. And then I would point to the rest of our team. We have folks on our team, one who used to work at CERN, We have a tremendous amount of expertise in the team. And then I would look at our advisors. Our main investor is one of the top guys in the industry, an incredible guy. He's also our chairman. We also have folks that we've worked on in the desalination industry, people like Leon Auerbach and Corrado, who are really some of the top names in the industry. So, there's always more expertise to bring in, but we feel that we've got a very powerful base of expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pierre?
Yeah, quickly, two questions. The technology, how complex is the technology and how replicable is the technology? And the second one, about figures, because we didn't hear about the economics here. So if you can clarify a little bit quickly the economic model.
So we've patented our technology. We've got a number of patents that have been approved and a number that are in process, covering many of our key geographies. Hardware is ultimately replicable, so it's always a balance between staying ahead and and protecting your work. So I don't think that's any surprise. But I think the other piece is that we recognize the power of branding, and that is not replicable. And we're, in fact, on Thursday I'm speaking at the World Economic Forum. We've been gaining a lot of traction generally without spending money on marketing, and we feel that by really taking on the space of sustainable water provision and pioneering that space, that we really get some brand share from that. But of course, it's not so easy to copy us. We've developed this system and designed it in a way that it's very effective. That's not so easy to replicate. So there are some hurdles. You asked about the financials. I mean, obviously it's a public forum, but I mentioned that our 250 cubic meter a day module will produce water for less than $1 per cubic meter in levelized cost of water, which is the industry main KPI. When you buy a competitive technology, you're buying OPEX. Most systems that would be equivalent as a competitive technology, the bulk of the cost is in energy over their lifespan. And then you've got chemicals, they're very complex systems. They don't deal with water fluctuations well. You don't have any flexibility on the back end. And we're doing some quite exciting stuff with our brine. So, really, the goal for us is to gain project finance for our systems when we can truly offer water as a service where people would only pay for the water that they use. And that's really what we're building towards as a business. And I can say it's very difficult because there's not a lot of funding for this kind of technology at early stage. And we've had to fight extremely hard to get to this point, and very, very proud to be here.
Thank you. I've got time for one last question. Chris.
Hey, Alexi. Good to see you again.
Hi, Chris.
Thanks for that. That was informative. Could you just remind us what Carlsberg, what their plans are? Are they intending on using it for their product?
So I can say that without going into too much detail, I can say that we're exploring a number of business opportunities. So beverage companies, like companies in the technology value chain, agri-businesses, companies, for example, in UAE looking to gain food security and needing water and energy for that. These are all areas that we've identified that have a significant value for our application. Beverage companies, to an extent, are water companies. And if they're in a place of water risk, providing a reliable source of and low-cost source of clean water can support throughput of products. But being able to take wastewater and actually harvest quality drinking water from that waste is extremely valuable, and one of the kind of propositions that we're looking at. I hope that somewhat answers your question, Chris.
Okay, thank you. And let's move on to Foro Solution BV. Bert, take it away.
Yes, good day. Foro Solution is located at the coast of the Waddenzee, and that's in the northern part of the Netherlands. And that is a UNESCO protected sea area. It's here where we founded our company based on our mission to keep the seas clean for future generations. And like many places in Europe, we also face an environmental challenge, and that is to combine the economic growth with environmental safety. And if we can achieve this, we have a way to enjoy both the tourism, the fishery and industrial growth with the improvement of the environmental safety. And to do that, we develop environmental solutions with the focus on oil spill recovery. And this in a market where there are not many, but various oil spill solutions, we have found a way to do it much easier, with a much higher efficiency and a much higher capacity. And when you look, for example, at the busy shipping route that we have north of our islands, that passes Norway, the coast of Denmark and Germany going south, we run the risk of disasters, like the disaster we were confronted with in January 2019, when the vessel, the MSC Zoe, lost over 300 containers, and it polluted our islands and our coasts. And that has been a very, very costly matter. And can you imagine what happens if we have an oil spill there? Well, this was one of the main issues that we discussed with regional authorities, especially because on one side, we have an offshore solution, but we had to come up with a solution for shallow waters. And when you look at that, we all want to prevent a disaster. But at the same time, we also have to be prepared and able to respond. And that's something which we worked out with big partners all over the world. But the main partners were the US Coast Guard with their experience, and the Norwegian Coast Guard and the Dutch Coast Guard. Finally, we improved the system in a way that we could take it to market. And there, our launching customer was Saudi Aramco, which confirmed that in their eyes, after 2 years of working, we did make a difference. And what I would like to ask you now is to have a look at the video, which is less than 2 minutes, which explains the details of our solution. Thank you so much for your attention, and we talk with each other later. Thanks.
It could turn out to be the worst environmental disaster in more than 20 years.
Thousands of gallons of crude oil are oozing into the Louisiana coastal waters.
This innovative oil recovery device is an adjustable downdraft system that recovers oil at high speed, without the need of assembly. Before use, it can be deployed in an easy and quick way. Due to its robustness, it can also be thrown into the water. It floats independently, and due to its 360 degrees adjustable inlet opening, there are no inflow obstructions. Its unique shape makes it become one with the waves and ready to function under rough circumstances, maintaining its high capacity and efficiency. The Flourish centrifugal screw pump enables it to recover up to 40,000 barrels of oil per 24 hours. Due to the smart and complete mechanical design, maintenance and cleaning costs are brought down to a minimum. The shape of the float ensures it dampens vertical movements of the fuel that occur due to the changing oil densities and the heavy sea states. Using the latest computer simulation technologies, we have analyzed the inflow of oil to define the shape of the weir for dividing the oil and water layer. This is the floating oil recovery unit. We keep the seas clean for our future generations.
Thank you. Thank you. And I open the floor now for questions. Let's start with Olivier and then Andre.
Yes, so thank you very much for this presentation. Can you give us more information about the size of the addressable markets and on your business model?
Yes, the addressable markets are, to start with, the main oil companies, all ports and oil spill response companies. And like Saudi Aramco said, we want to have it mandatory on each and every offshore service vessel. Does that answer your question?
being someone from finance, I like figures.
Oh yes, well the figure
in terms of size of market, in terms of amounts.
Yeah, well, let's start with the figure for example, Saudi Aramco. They have they have a total of 250 million invested in oil spill response equipment, and on a yearly base they replace roughly 10%. Well, if you transport that to other big oil companies, then you get a figure of we count over $3 billion worldwide. But you have to take in account also the economic and technical amortization. So every 10 to 15 years, companies will start to replace their products. And if you look at our figures, because these I think you want to know as well, we started after 6 years of development. We started to enter the market, and we built our turnover from 100,000 up to 1.4 million last year, and we are steadily growing. And our team with engineers and skilled engineers and skilled marketing people is now ready for further growth, and that is what we're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Andre?
I'll continue what Olivier asked about. What is, I have to break the question. I'm looking at the revenue model and your target customers. I understand the oil companies, but oil companies use, if there is a disaster, they use service companies that I suppose might be part of their organization or outsiders. Certainly in the Louisiana and in America, those have, and some in Europe have been outside service companies. And then how do you deal with, let's say, a service company, whether you have it now or not? Is a model where they buy the product from you? Do you lease the product? And do you provide the service, some educational product? In other words, what are your revenue streams, and to whom are they directed?
Well, the current revenue stream is sales. In the near future, when we have done more sales, we are able also to roll out a lease program. We are talking with a big oil company in the Far East. I cannot give you the names right now, for the possibility to lease out our solutions to them. And they will then hand them over to their service company. So you are right, like in the US, you have service companies like MSRC, which is a big service company, which is sponsored by oil companies, and they would then have to acquire or lease our solution.
I understand. By the way, I do like what you've come up with, and I love the fact that somewhere is mentioned that you use computational fluid dynamics. I understand the concepts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. And I think those are all the questions that I see. Thank you very much. Oh, and one more, Olivier, last from you.
If I have time. So this is a pitch. How much are you raising, and what would it be used for?
We are looking at the moment at a sum between 500,000 and €1 million, and we would use it for further development, for strengthening our production, and for sales. We are now opening a small office in Saudi Arabia, where we provide servicing and training. And this is what we want to do at more places, because this way we can enable people, as we mentioned before, despite prevention, that they are prepared to respond. And this is something which is demanded by Saudi Aramco. And it's great to see that they have embraced this environmental solution, and they really want to take it further. But training and servicing is essential, because warehouses are full of equipment, but there are few people that really know how to operate them.
Thank you.
Sorry, I need to follow up very quickly. Given what your operation and your plans, it seems to me that 1 million euro is really a very small amount. Is this a concern for valuation that you have, or non-dilution? But it doesn't seem to me to be the level of funding certainly I would recommend.
We aimed for this because we are looking at some deals in the pipeline, and if we can bridge the time till we get the further sales that we are estimating, that we are expecting, then with this money we should be able to bridge that gap. And dilution, yes, it's certainly a thing. Since we started in 2012, we have not diluted, and everything we've done was based on equity, subordinated loans, subsidy, and now we are exchanging subsidies since 2 years for turnover.
Okay, fair enough. I think it's a function also of the financial instrument you use that may resolve some of your issues. But anyway, I will. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's move on then to Helix. BV, Marcel.
Thank you. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that somebody else will save it. Having worked in the synthetic fiber and textile industry for almost 20 years, I've seen what damage these industries can do to our planet and specifically to our beautiful ocean. Until the end of last year, I was managing director of Fiber Excel, one of the leading suppliers of both industrial and high-performance fibers towards the technical textile industry. We are a member of Eurocord, and this is the European Federation of Rope and Netting Producers. And over the previous years, we've had frequent visits from the European Commission, pushing all of the members of our federation to take our responsibility on sustainability and circularity. Well, in all honesty, I still have the impression that many of our customers, but the majority of the people in general, think that this storm will blow over. Well, unfortunately, I am convinced that it will not. And that's why I decided to take a different path. It will be a bumpy road, but definitely one that contributes to a better future for our planet. I think that as a supplier to this industry, we have the moral obligation to help our customers making the transition from a linear economy to a circular economy. And well, the circularity train is heading our way, and we made a clear decision to jump on it rather than being run over by it. So in November last year, I decided to set up Helix as a sister company of Fiber Excel. And I shifted my focus from Fiber Excel to this new adventure. And let me show you a short movie so you guys know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Ghost gear, the deadliest form of marine plastic pollution, designed to kill in the first place. Nets and ropes from fishing and shipping lost or dumped into the ocean can continue to kill marine life for decades or even centuries. Fishing nets alone make up 46% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Research has shown that by 2050, there could be more plastic in the ocean than fish. And time is ticking. At Helix, we believe that we can solve this plastic problem which is destroying marine life and polluting our planet, and are convinced we can change our industry for the sake of a more sustainable future. Helix is a Dutch clean tech startup located on the Camelot site, the first circular hub in Europe. We combat plastic pollution by transforming existing linear economies in the fiber industry into sustainable circular economies. By keeping plastic in the economy, we keep it out of the environment. We collect, sort, and wash used ropes, nets, and other synthetic fiber waste, and reprocess it into high-quality infinity polymers for the global manufacturing supply chain. As we are the first generation to know we are destroying our planet, and the last that can do anything about it. We need to stop talking and start doing. Now.
So, well, actually, our first priority now is to set up a recycling plant for plastic fiber waste that's able to produce polymers of such a high quality that it can be used for a closed-loop recycling. For instance, to make from fish nets, recycle it to a granulate, which you can use to make new fishing nets. And this would be unique in the world. And we are now securing the funds and permits to build this full-fledged recycling plant with over 6,000 tons capacity in the south of the Netherlands. And at these volumes, we can be competitive against virgin material, which according to our customers is essential. So with this first plant, which should be operational in a year from now, we want to create a blueprint for our future recycling plants. This allows us to rapidly scale up Helix and at the end of the day, create a brighter future for the ocean and the generations to come. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marcel. Okay, I see Chris has got a question, and then Olivier, and then Pierre.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Marcel. I think your vision is great. A couple of questions about actually execution.
Yes.
How do you collect it? And just to put that in context, we designed a piece of technology that goes on gear that enables us to track and find it. And we've collected quite a lot of netting in the Mediterranean, and it's not an easy task to get it up. So how are you collecting it? And then what are the CapEx costs for building the necessary infrastructure you need to produce it? And the third question are, who are the buyers of the product? Is it fashion? Is it FMCGs? Thanks.
No, thank you for those questions. So first question, how do we collect it? Well, in first instance, we have an agreement with some collection schemes which are already active in collecting of fishing nets. And in addition, in order to fill our plant, because we need to fill 6,000 tons of material, we will not only focus on fishing nets. So we also have an agreement in place about agricultural twines. And there is already a collection scheme established for that. So there we have a security of supply. And in the meantime, we are a member of the association setting up the collection scheme for fishing nets.
And the two other questions in terms of buyers and industry and CapEx costs.
Oh yeah, CapEx is 7.2 million in total, which we need to invest. And of this amount, we already have a part of this is already secured. And what was the last question again? That was the CapEx? And
buyers.
Oh, the buyers, of course, the most important part.
Yeah.
Well, the idea is that we will supply back the granulate to the industry. So our customers are buying the granules from us. So they will use this material, polyprop, HDPE, to make, again, monofill and raffia tapes, which they use to make new ropes. So actually, those are already our existing customers.
Okay, thank you. Olivier?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about your price. I mean, using the supply you will be using and with your process, what will be the price of your product compared to, well, virgin products of the same quality, or even with recycled product of the same quality, which is made from usual ways of collecting?
Well, it was very clear talking to the customers, let's say, that they are willing to compromise a little bit on quality, but they're not willing to compromise on price. So therefore, we are more or less forced to set up such a scale of production that we are able to compete on price. So that's also the ambition. At 6,000 tons per year, our cost price position is lower than the cost price position of virgin. And we are able to supply at virgin prices at the moment. And the virgin prices at the moment are already pretty low. So we're talking about roughly €1 per kilogram for polyprop and HDPE.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And finally, Pierre?
Yeah, I think some of the points have been already addressed, but for me, what is important here is the overall business model, from the collection to the transformation, through the recycling, and after that, the delivery. So is that economical model has been reviewed, and is a solid resilience, financially speaking, or is it to think about a different business model in order to make it viable?
Well, no, everything has to do with scale of operation. And right now, the model is not viable if I would just focus on fishing nets. And for this reason, I expanded my focus, also looking at other textile plastic fiber waste. And so therefore, I'm looking specifically to agricultural twines used to bind grass together. And there's already in Europe a collection, there's a production of 80,000 tons a year, and 6,000 tons is already collected just in France. So this is, let's say, my base case, which enables me to build my plant. But what I really want to do is solve this, the issue which I just showed you the movie on. But for me, in order to be able to do that, I first need to have my recycling plant operating at a good cost price. And therefore, let's say my initial focus it would be to get the national collection scheme in France to supply me with the baler twines and to open my factory.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcel. Andre, do you want to have the last word on this? Yeah, quick one.
Yes. No, I don't want to have the last word on anything. But thank you, Pierre, for getting to my point about the, if I understand it correctly, and I think I do, you have a rather conventional mechanical recycling process. And there are some emerging technologies and processes advanced, well-funded, even in their early stages. And I'm sure you know about them. So to what extent that might competes with you? They may not be on the same stage of development or production, but they'll catch up rather soon.
Yeah. Are you talking about specifically pyrolysis, or what kind of technology?
No, I just thought in general, an industrial process that is under development that turns the plastic waste into, the basic chemicals or oils. I think you understand, right?
Yeah, definitely. When I was selecting my technology, I made a specific deliberate choice to go for mechanical recycling, as it's already established. And but what you see, the problem with the mechanical recycling of specifically the textile products is that the shredders, they normally cannot cope with them. So specifically, my focus is on both the shredding part, which I have proprietary technology to make it small, in combination with washing technology, because textile products is more difficult to wash. So the combination of these products make it a very cost-effective way. Whereas, for instance, pyrolysis, you break it down almost, let's say, to crude oil, which has a much lower value than the products we get. And the good thing is that these ropes and nets, but also the baler twine, these are very big, homogeneous fractions, which I will process.
Right. Okay. By the way, a commendable effort.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. It's very good. And we need to move on to PC, Stavros.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stavros Chobanidis. I'm the founder and managing partner of FEE. So here in FEE, we have developed a technology, we have developed a patented and unconventional, innovative technology that transform the dead leaves, the dead biomass of Posidonia oceanica residues that are annually washed up across the Mediterranean coastal line. So the story started 5 years ago when during winter, I have a small walk on the beach. And what I saw something that you may have also seen before in one of your visits across Mediterranean. I saw huge stones of seagrass on the coastal area. And my question is, what municipalities and what humanity is doing with this amazing raw material? So I spoke with local municipalities, and I came up that every year in every coastal municipalities, they collect 500 to 800 tons of this dead biomass, and unfortunately, they collect them before the summer period and burdening them to landfills. So they dispose them as a waste, paying every coastal municipality, paying 30,000 euros in order to collect them and burden them to landfills. So this cost is the collection cost and the gate fee cost. So my first thought is that we need to start doing something. We need to find a way, we need to find technology to give to this raw material a second life. So our solution is that we are working with municipalities in order to collect this raw material instead of burdening to landfills, and our technology transform them, using them as a filler, to a unique biocomposite material, our freeboard, which is produced in rigid panels. So what are the competitive advantages of our material? It is unique, it's customizable, it has wide areas of commercial applications, firstly on products, accessories, secondly on furniture and interior design, and thirdly on automotive. It's a VOC and BPA-free material. It's sustainable, both in terms of sourcing and manufacturing, and of course, it's offering recycling opportunities following the circular economy, the circular economy. So, apart from the patented zero waste technology, the other competitive advantage of this raw material is that are washed up to the coastal areas with zero energy consumption, using only the energy from the waves, which is something very important for this type of biomass. And last but not least, the machinery we use in order to transform them to the freeboard is something that we are producing and designing in-house, which gives us a competitive advantage in terms of costing and in terms of scaling up our production. So what about the market? The market and the industry seeks for new bio-based materials in order to avoid using the conventional fossil fuel-based materials. According to Statista, the biocomposite market worth 46.3 billion euros by 2025, with a CAGR of 11.5%. So we want to put our solution, we want to put our materials on this very huge market. Until today, we have worked very close with Horeca, so we have placed some custom-made solutions of our products, and currently we are raising a fund of 1 million in order to scale up our production capability, further develop our team, and of course invest on our marketing channels. Our milestones until today, we have worked with more than 20 retailers in terms of our end products, both in Greece and both abroad, and especially in Germany and UK. And we have a production capability of 10 square meters per 8 hours. Our team is our main power. I am the founder and managing director of the company. My co-founder, Mr. Thanasopoulos, is the head of R&D, a mechanical engineer with big experience on developing biocomposite materials. And our team has also a business development executive, 3 people working in our production line, and of course, a very powerful team on the digital marketing. And last but not least, closing with our vision, we are focused to give Posidonia oceanica a second life, to offer natural alternatives for traditional engineered materials, harness sustainably underutilized natural resources, and help industries move towards a more circular bioeconomy by offering them tailor-made biocomposite materials. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's have the questions. Does anyone have any questions? Olivier and then Dominique.
Yes, thank you very much. So I like to go on the Mediterranean coast during winter. So I've seen all that Posidonia on the beach. And so it's very interesting to use it. And my question on this is, I have to say I didn't go to building my own company, but I had this idea also of saying, oh, we should do something over that Posidonia. So do you have any competition for that raw material?
Very good question. Currently, the only competition we have is other end users that are already interested to use the biomass for other technologies. So in terms, for example, compost, opportunities, fertilizers, and some other companies using in bed solutions, in mattresses, inside mattresses. So our technology has the two parts. The first part is to receive the biomass, dry them, collect them, so have a good raw material. And the second part is the transformation to a biocomposite material. On this, which is also our patent and the thing that we are doing very good. So in terms of biocomposite materials, there are no other competitors in the global market.
Okay, thank you. Dominique?
Yeah, I'm not a chemical person, but so the epoxy you use is a bio-based epoxy, but is it also very well biodegradable?
We are working with thermosetting materials. Of course, currently the epoxy, it's not epoxy, it's a resin which is certified about the 80% of his chemical, let's say, stuff, and it's not biodegradable. The end of life that we can offer is that we can receive the material back using existing recycling, let's say, paths in order to grind them and transform them and use them again in the production of the next feedboards.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
great. One last, Pierre.
Yeah. One question here. I like this is a very good idea and interesting. What will be interesting here is the capacity to scale it, and why it's not in your plan, because it seems to remain on a very small scale. And I think it's important that we can think about the way you will scale it, and do you have a plan on that?
Of course, scaling up is our first priority. Scaling up can be done with two ways. First, finding, let's say, commercializing and further developing the material in order to be addressed to the industry. We are working with Porsche currently on a pilot in terms of the application of the automotive. We are working with big furniture companies like Dromeas in order to applicate it to the furniture industry. So we are up and running the business in terms of accessories, but our main focus is to find the end applications and that are, let's say, that can give us the opportunity to scale up also our production line. So in terms of scaling up, the next step for FEE is to increase our production capability from 10 square meters per 8 hours to 50 square meters with the investment we are seeking of, in order to being able to address the target markets and being able to enter on them.
Great, thank you. I've got to end it there because we need to hear from Reefy. Jaime?
Hi, welcome everyone. Here, Jaime from Reef in the Netherlands. Well, I want to tell you my story. I used to travel through Latin America and the Caribbean, but I didn't go there for holidays. I went there as a sales engineer, trying to find solutions for coastal protection, but also to restore nature. Unfortunately, what I found is that the existing artificial reefs in the market are unstable against wave attack. That means when a large wave comes, they move, hitting each other and breaking, or even worse, they might roll over on top of the nature that we're trying to restore. That's why in Reefy, we work together with nature-based solutions to make a resilient coastline, but also hybrid approaches like our Lego-like system that can provide coastal protection since day one while boosting marine biodiversity in the long term. We do that by interlocking two types of block. The structural block, which is this white one that you see here, that we have hydrodynamically designed to be stable and dissipate wave energy, but also that creates this micro-complexity of small caves and big rooms for pelagic fish and other species that need to be included. As every ecosystem might be different per location, we have also designed the eco-block that, like a warehouse with an easy shelving system, allows to create cavity sizes for different species in different ecosystems, having a healthy, thriving reef. At the end, we also see reef-building species like oysters or corals on top of the structure to create a long-lasting and kickstart this natural system. You might be wondering, Where are these guys today? Well, so far, we have participated in different competitions where we got funds to apply for our patent. We represented the Netherlands in the Clean Tech Challenge, in the Blue Bio Accelerator Program in Portugal, and got support from organizations like the Nature Conservancy and some pilot project letters of intent in Indonesia, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, and the Netherlands. This is a worldwide problem, but also specific to Europe. At the moment, we're designing biodegradable reefs for the North Sea between the offshore wind farms, and the Mediterranean Sea is so warm that it needs coastal flooding and erosion protection today. The market of coastal protection is 40 billion euros per year. If we downscale it to nature-based solutions, it's around 11 billion euros per year. If we even downscale it to use reef-based flood solutions, it's around 3 billion euros per year. This market is made of different stakeholders: governments, ports, the touristic industry, the insurance industry, fisheries, and others. Nevertheless, we have designed that our beachhead target market is the touristic resorts, as they are the one willing to pay for our pilot project this year. With them, our revenue streams is first we provide a consultancy at the design of the best nature-based solution. After we sell the solution and supervise installation, and afterwards we provide services like monitoring and maintenance. This is possible due to the great team we have in Reef. In Reef, we have Leon, which after his studies in marine biology in the Netherlands, he traveled through Southeast Asia. There, he founded and was director of an NGO restoring coral reefs every day. Not only that, he was exploring with different materials and complexities to secure that nature takes over. Daniel used to work for an infrastructure company in Brazil. He has been expanding environmental technologies in developing regions. And myself, which used to be a business developer, but also decided to do a master in coastal engineering in TU Delft to design the solution that the market is asking today. You might wonder, nature-based solutions, what else? Well, we also work with vegetation, as it not only dampens the waves, but also is the most efficient carbon sinks in the world, boosts marine biodiversity, improves water quality, reducing ocean acidification, and also retains the sediments, stabilizing and fighting erosion. Today, we need your help. We need an investment and financial support to finish our pilot projects and sell our first 3 commercial projects that will allow us to break even with market prices. By 2026, we could reach a net profit of up to 5 million euros per year, and the amount we're asking is 500K. But not only that, we will also advise to find an investor which provides value, feedback, and monitoring on the startup for a small amount of investment, around 50K. That small percentage of equity will allow for the startup to grow, to add value, and change the marine impact from negative to positive. So we need you to block by block and reef by reef, change a better world. Thank you. I will be open for some questions.
Great, thank you, Jaime. So do we have any questions from the panel? We've got Olivier, and then Andre, and then Pierre. Olivier?
Yeah. So thank you very much. I understand that you designed your modules so that they will be marine life friendly. But did you have the opportunity to test that in real life to check if marine life is really growing on your reefs?
That's a great question. So we have made 2 testing, one that I forgot to explain. That is the hydraulic testing, in which we use one of the most famous wave experimental facilities in the world here in the Netherlands, where we tested that it's stable and dissipates wave energy. In the environmental side, we're finishing just now some testing with our materials to determine that it's non-toxic, and for the ecological conquering of this marine growth, we are defining some partners with aquariums, with 2, to deploy the complexity blocks, but also the pilot projects, as the interaction between species cannot be fully replicated in a closed environment.
Thank you. Andre? I cannot hear you. Are you on mute?
I apologize,
Okay,
sorry.
Okay.
Sometimes I do that on purpose, but not this time. Interesting concept, this Lego concept, and I think it can work. Well, it certainly looks that way. And you might be very good engineers, but I think your target definition and your market approach is very thin. When you define the market, the value of the market, how do you define that? Based on the damage that it causes? But more importantly, let me get to the specific question. Who are your targets, your target customers? Whose doorbell would your salespeople ring at? I understand the resorts, the private resorts that own the beach property where they're located. But communities, that could be a very long sales cycle. Maybe specific countries. It's just, to me, seems to be, you get into the I'll say that, feuilletage of bureaucracies that where you may take the sales cycle may be rather long. So for all of that, the amount of capital you talk about, and whether it's equity or anything else, is very, very small.
Thanks for the questions. I will start with the first one on the addressable market. So we made a top-down and a bottom-up analysis. The top-down was made through literature research, so numbers that are already published. And the bottom-up was done using the sales number of existing solutions in the market today. So we both correlate them and match in the amount that we explain. Regarding who to talk to, like as target customers, we have defined to start with the touristic industry that owns these resorts and a lot of kilometers of coastline. As they are privately driven, they can act fast as an early stage adopters. Nevertheless, for the future, dredging companies like DEME, for example, they have been approached by, like in the Netherlands, Van Oort or Boskalis, they have been approached because ports need to compensate the damage in nature. And they need to pay these mitigation projects to restore nature, but it is beneficial if they provide an additional value to the stakeholders. So here we have not only tourism, but fisheries, extra protection for the port or the narrow coastlines, and the offshore wind farms. An exploding market that we are now designing, a reef, to be placed in the coastlines from the Netherlands. So there's a lot of stakeholders in the game. Of course, we have defined a strategy to take over and conquer them one by one. But governments are huge projects, but that might take some time to make that a reality. So that's could be like on later stages.
Okay, Pierre?
Yeah, this is a matter that I know quite a bit because I'm leading the Global Coral Reef Fund, and we are putting it in place. So first of all, I have to say that you have a lot of competition in the market doing this type. What makes the difference compared to all the other existing players who are a little bit ahead of you on that space? And the second part has been addressed by Andre already about the economical model. Today, I've seen something like around 260 solutions, and I've not seen one profitable yet. So I would like to see how yours will be.
Yeah, thanks for the questions. Regarding coral reef restoration, there are so many solutions already from previous years where they just place some concrete blocks in the water to create some substrate for marine growth to take over. Nevertheless, we have been attacking a different market in which is a coastal protection nature enhancement, a market that has been unattended so far because the artificial reefs in the market have been failing. I used to be working in this position, selling existing solutions, and just by medium wave attack, these units just get displaced. Regarding the second question was?
The differentiation about your technology.
Okay, and our secret sauce?
The other solution that has been on the market.
Yes, true. So one of our secret sauce ingredients are that these blocks are empty containers that can be filled with any material you have available on sand. Sand, gravel, concrete, or even reused dredging material from the ports. This has allowed us to talk to all these small islands that are not able to bring as barge to install a large-scale project, but they need to provide protection for a small amount. We can only use some divers, a small boat, sink the blocks and fill them from the shoreline. So this is an advantage that put us in a huge price competitive advantage to our competitors.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And that ends this session. Thank you so much, judges, and also the finalists. This has been very exciting. Please do not forget to complete your digital scorecard and submit it. And then for the rest of you, the People's Choice vote is still ongoing, and we are closing it at 4 p.m. Brussels time. So please do cast your vote for your favorite company. Thank you so much again, and let's see each other back here at 4:30 for the award ceremony. Thank you, everyone. Olivier, Dominique, Chris, Andre, Pierre, and all the other finalists. We hope to see you on the stage afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hailing the winners of the BlueInvest Awards. We're going to start with category 1. I'll tell the finalists, as you know. So energy from the ocean. Oops, I have a mask. So we have AW Energy from Finland, EcoWave Power from Sweden, EOLink from France, G-Kinetic Energy from Ireland, and Heliorec from France. So, Commissioner.
Okay. I've mentioned this among those top ones to really something to focus on. So energy is extremely important, and the winner of this category really stood out. First, let me say that it's EOLink, and EOLink solution has reimagined the architecture of offshore wind turbines, developing more efficient and cost-effective floating wind parks. And of course, their pitch demonstrated extremely good knowledge and understanding of the market's need, size, and potential. And they have clearly differentiated themselves from their competitors. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Mark. So we have Mark here. And I just want to ask you if you want to say a few words.
Yes, thank you very much first for this event, because I must say since the beginning, we are highly focused on engineering and doing strong things. I mean, so we haven't spent so many time in communication. So your event is highly important for us, especially. Thank you. And then I would like to focus on a small point or a big issue. This morning or during the pitch, I explained how or why our solution will be more competitive than some other floating wind concepts. And right now, I would like to explain in few words that 2 years ago, I went to Ulsan, one of the biggest shipyards worldwide in South Korea. And this shipyard has built 14 giant container ships of 400 meter long in one single year. And this represents 600,000 steel tons. And if we were using such shipyards, European shipyards, to build floating wind parks, then in about 20 years, with a single shipyard like this, we would produce half of the electricity needs in France. So 2 gigawatts per year, one big shipyard, half the electricity need of France. And of course, we can replicate that for the whole Europe and worldwide. So we can be confident and enthusiastic. And thank you again for your event.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for the great work, and keep growing. So the next category is green shipping solutions. And here the finalists were Airseas from France, Kleindel from Denmark, Dacoma, also Denmark, Seaber from Finland, and Ship Reality from Cyprus. Commissioner, who is the winner?
So the winner for this category demonstrated that it can truly revolutionize the shipping industry, and most importantly, of course, that it aims to reduce the environmental footprint of transportation by sea, and improve the profitability at the same time of shipping companies by applying robot technology to vessel cleaning. So basically, the Green Deal, what's about? Profitability and reducing the carbon footprint. So I have to congratulate Clean Apps.
Congratulations. So,
thank you very much.
Thomas,
thank you very much.
A few words from you, Thomas.
Yeah, thanks a lot for participating in this competition. I witnessed most of the presentation. I must admit there was a lot of fantastic presentations and videos. So I'm of course very happy that Clean got the first prize in our category. We are not there yet, but we're fighting every day as a startup is. And I'm sure that we will succeed of having our products in the market in the next coming years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So our next category is sustainable food and feed from the ocean. And the 5 finalists are Calidris Bio from Belgium, Investalga from Spain, Eat Insect, Italy, Landing Aquaculture from the Netherlands, and Red Rose Developments from Ireland. So over to Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And again, the winner of this category has demonstrated a significant sustainable impact, and most importantly, that their company is already backed with a strong and relevant track record. So congratulations to Investalga from Spain.
Congratulations, Lara. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, as Thomas was saying, it's a long way, it's a hard way, but these kind of events, of course, give us a lot of visibility. Thank you very much, Commissioner, of course, for your words. And thank you very much, everybody, for organizing this event, giving visibility to startups, believing in our projects, and creating this fantastic network of startups and investors and everybody centered in the blue economy, which is really a very good bet from the European Union, I find. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. So, next category, healthy oceans and resilient coasts. We have, this was competitive as well, we have the Solinator from the Netherlands, Foro Solution from the Netherlands, Helix, Netherlands, Fee from Greece, and Reef from the Netherlands.
That's quite a number of Dutch companies. So we see that the Dutch, they're eager to protect the coastline, and I hope they will do for the whole Europe. But this one is particularly close to my heart because, of course, this also not only covers the blue part of my portfolio, but also the biodiversity one, which we also eager to find solutions and multiplicate them and deliver them worldwide to make sure that we are able to protect and restore our coastal line. And let me congratulate Reef, who they had a substantial sustainability impact and fulfill the market needs. And of course, their aim is to restore marine habitats and boost biodiversity and protect the coastal lines from erosion and flooding.
Congratulations, Jamie. If you want to say a few words, I like your smile.
Thanks. Well, first, what I want to say is just, woo! And then I want to say that this journey of entrepreneurship is a roller coaster of ups and downs, but we have been committed to try to make an impact in the environment because we see this big unattended need. And these kind of supports today are a big boost of energy to the whole team. So I also want to thank my co-founders, Daniel and Leon, who joined me in this journey and that we want to make a change in the ocean. But also thank the jury who thrust us in this pitch competition, and the other participants. They were just great, and they can create large impacts that we need for a sustainable world. And blue cheers, thanks.
Great, congratulations. But last but not least, we have the People's Choice Awards. We asked the audience to vote online on their favorite pitch, and we have received more than 1,100 votes. So showing really you were very engaged with our pitcher competitors here. So this is for you, Commissioner. Who is the winner?
Okay, so that one is very responsible one, because this one not only won the as showing the good pitch, but also won the hearts and minds of people, which is, I think, extremely important. And let me congratulate EcoWave Power, a company that harnessed the power of nearshore waves to create clean and affordable energy, who managed to win the People's Choice Award with just over 50% of votes. So congratulations.
Well, thank you. Ina, if we could have your words as well.
Yes. So I would like to say that I'm very grateful for winning the People's Choice Awards. Being a young woman developing an innovative wave energy technology, it's not always easy, but moments like this is what makes it all worth it. It makes it worthwhile. Thank you for supporting EcoWave Power's mission of changing the world one wave at a time. And I would like to thank the EcoWave Power shareholders, investors, our team and our partners. We could not do it without you. And I always say that passion is the greatest renewable energy source. It is even stronger than the power of the wave. So keep believing, and thank you very much for choosing us for the People's Choice Awards.
Thank you. That was very exciting. These are the awards. We're going to be shipping them to you at some point. And we at the BlueInvest will be closely following up with all of you, all the stakeholders, all the winners and finalists as they continue on their market path. So it's also a message for all of you that we see you, we pay attention to you, we hear you, and we are committed to supporting your growth. So do expect to hear more from us. And in the next weeks, as we set the activities for our community. So, Commissioner, one more question for you, if I may. How did you feel about the day today? Any closing words for our audience?
I would say that even so it was different, I really missed the applause from the last year when we announced the winners, but I hope the winners at least made the good energy in their rooms now, and they could hear that we are applauding them and we are very proud of them. I think in the end of the day we had a great day with very strong pitches, with a very inspiring people. And I think it just shows that our choice from the very beginning to continue beyond the 2021 with this idea of BlueInvest Day and this brand, it's just paying off already. So I'm extremely proud, I'm extremely happy, and I truly count on the next year that we will be meeting in a different circumstances, in a circumstances that we can meet, look each other in the eyes, and maybe that smile will win another pitch.
Thank you, Commissioner. We hope so too. So, with these encouraging words, we thank you again. We close the day today. Hope to see you soon, face to face, as the Commissioner said. And have a good evening. Thank you.